Good morning, everyone, and welcome to IPF Virtual Day 2. We at the network are thrilled to have you joining us. We'll be bringing you the time-sensitive content that you need to plan your business strategy in the ever-evolving U.S. offshore wind sector. My name is Brandon Burke. I'm the Policy and Outreach Director for the network, and I'll be your MC for today's proceedings. So before we get started with today's program, I'd like to go over a couple quick logistical notes. First, all of our IPF virtual sessions are being recorded. A link to the presentation slides and recording will be sent to the email address that you used to register. The audience will be kept on mute. All 1-hour sessions are 45 minutes of presentations and 15 minutes of Q&A, and should you have any questions for our panelists, please go ahead and type them into the chat box on your screen. And without further ado, it is my pleasure to introduce Joe Tyrone, a partner with Womble Bond Dickinson. Joe also serves on the Business Network's board of directors, and we would like to thank Womble Bond Dickinson for sponsoring IPF Virtual. Joe, take it away.
Hello, it is my pleasure to welcome you to the second day of the Business Network for Offshore Wind's virtual International Partnering Forum. I hope that this finds you well and healthy. My name is Joe Tyrone. I'm a partner in the firm of Womble Bond Dickinson and a head of our energy sector team. Our team consists of over 60 lawyers who practice in diverse specialties important to our energy clients, with a major presence in the UK, along the East and West Coasts, and a growing office in Houston. My practice is broadly focused on energy project development and finance, with a particular interest in offshore wind. I am also honored to serve on the board of the Business Network for Offshore Wind. We appreciate your participation in this somewhat unconventional forum and hope that the information and exchange of ideas provides you with value until August, when we were able to physically convene at IPF together in Providence. At that time, Womble will be the delighted co-sponsor of the IPF's very popular Scotch and Champagne event. The dedicated Womble Bond Dickinson team looks forward to raising a glass with you as we continue to drive the growth of this great industry and its supply chain. Until then, practice your social distancing, stay healthy, and enjoy the program. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Once again, good morning, everyone, and thanks for joining day 2 of the first ever IPF Virtual. For those of us who were with us yesterday, welcome back. And if you're joining us for the first time today, we're glad that you made it. The network would like to thank all of our IPF sponsors, specifically our 2020 host, the state of Rhode Island, and our IPF Virtual partner, the law firm of Womble Bond Dickinson. Now, before we start today's program, the network would like to take a moment to recognize today as the 50th anniversary of Earth Day. Fun fact, according to earthday.org, Earth Day is considered the single largest secular observance on the planet, and it's marked by more than 1 billion people worldwide each year. The first Earth Day, which took place in 1970 and was at least partially inspired by the 1969 Santa Barbara oil spill, pushed environmental issues towards the forefront of global public discourse. Today, 50 years on, states across the country recognize the existential threat that is posed by climate change, and they're taking decisive action to meet that threat head on. State governments view offshore wind as a key element of their climate mitigation strategies. And it is these state commitments to procure offshore wind capacity, which now total just under 30 gigawatts online by 2035, that have been fundamental drivers of the U.S. offshore wind market. Offshore wind is truly a transformational renewable energy technology. In late 2019, the International Energy Agency identified offshore wind as being able to provide more than 18 times current electricity demand. Offshore wind project capacities attain scales that other renewables can only dream of. 800 megawatts, 900 megawatts, 1,100 megawatts in a single project. And that's why it's incumbent upon us, both as an industry and as the Business Network for Offshore Wind, to continue to bear the torch that was lit by the original Earth Day 50 years ago. Like state governments, the private sector has moved towards decarbonization. To do our part, the network identified the importance of creating a virtual platform that could achieve the following 5 objectives: permit simultaneous participation of hundreds of attendees, enable delivery of time-sensitive information exchange between industry and regulators, minimize event-related carbon footprint associated with air travel, ground transportation, hotel space, and meals, provide an inclusive format that promotes user interaction, and increased virtual accessibility for future conferences. The network originally envisioned the deployment of these capabilities taking 3 to 5 years. I am very proud to announce that we met all 5 of these goals in just 2 months. Although IPF Virtual may be our first major virtual event, it certainly won't be our last. Physical in-person events will always have a place in our planning, but low-carbon virtual conferences are going to play an important role in educational offerings that we continue to help our members meet their CO2 emission commitments. To ensure that our members can promote their capabilities to potential clients, our new virtual suite of offerings includes podcasts hosted by yours truly, webinars, educational trainings, research poster briefings, job fairs, virtual town halls, virtual and in-person business pitches, and a brand new offering from the network that I will be discussing following the close of today's final panel, so be sure to stick around. The network has always prided itself on providing a world-class event featuring outstanding networking and business matchmaking opportunities, and these will continue to be a vital part of every in-person offering. Expanding these valuable networking experiences to include virtual opportunities ensures that attendees will have regular touch points to industry decision makers, while at the same time reducing the network's carbon footprint. Coming together virtually or in person, we can build an offshore wind industry in the United States that supports a cleaner, greener planet for future generations. And just one more item before we move into today's program, it is my distinct pleasure to announce that yesterday it was reported that EEW, a member of the Business Network for Offshore Wind, has completed the loadout of 2 heavy monopile foundations and 2 transition pieces that are bound for the Coastal Virginia Offshore Wind, or CVOW project. CVOW is the first offshore wind project that has successfully completed the BOEM approvals process. CVOW is set to commence operations before the end of 2020, making its 2 turbines the first that will spin in federal waters. And I'm going to say 3 words that will make Liz Burdock's heart skip a beat. I'm going off script. I'd like to have everyone at home join me in applauding this absolutely groundbreaking achievement for the offshore wind industry. We're very excited to see that happening. We look forward to having turbines spinning in federal waters by the end of this year. And now, without further ado, I'd like to introduce our first workshop of the day, Offshore Wind Incident Reporting and Investigation Procedures. Please join me in welcoming our panelists, Emily Hildreth, who's a Renewable Energy Program Specialist with the Office of Renewable Energy Programs at the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management, or BOEM, and Mike Idziorek, the Acting Chief of Investigations for the Bureau of Safety and Environmental Enforcement, or BSEE. Emily, over to you.
Thanks, Brandon. I will be presenting Part 1, Incident Reporting Requirements under 30 CFR 585. Oh, having a little fun. Okay. So why are the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management, BOEM, and the Bureau of Safety and Environmental Enforcement paying more attention these days to incident reporting and investigations? Mostly it's because the industry is growing rapidly and shifting from survey activity and site assessment towards construction and operations. And you can really see that in this slide here. You can see the steel in the water that Brandon was just referring to, projected this year in 2020. And then also the construction and operations plans, which we have 7 under review within BOEM and 3 to 5 more anticipated in the coming year, which means we'll have a great increase in construction and operations offshore coming over the next 5 to 10 years. I really have 3 goals for my presentation today. The first is to raise your awareness of what the requirements are for incident reporting. The second is to provide some practical information about how to comply with those requirements. And the third is to provide some transparency into how BOEM and BSEE process the information you provide and how we are looking at these requirements. As far as where this authority comes from, it comes from the Outer Continental Shelf Lands Act and the Energy Policy Act of 2005, and our regulations within the Department of Interior at 30 CFR Part 585. This is also a good time to remind you all that there are multiple federal regulator roles for safety and environmental incidents offshore, both the Department of Interior with BOEM and BSEE, and then also the US Coast Guard, which is the primary regulator for renewable energy support vessels, including installation vessels, feeders, surveys, tugs, and barges. There are times where if there is an incident that occurs on a vessel or related to a vessel, that you may have to report it to both the Coast Guard and BOEM, so that's something to keep in mind. I also wanted to briefly mention a recent policy statement released in the Federal Register in the fall of 2019, where the Department of Interior preempted OSHA as the sole regulator and enforcement agency on the OCS for workplace safety and health on renewable energy facilities. If you're interested in more information about that policy statement, the Federal Register citation and a web link are provided here. Now I'm going to dig a little deeper into the incident reporting requirements. Again, they come from the Outer Continental Shelf Lands Act and then from Subpart H in the 585 regulations, specifically 585.830 to 585.833. Now, my next few slides are going to have a lot of text, and I apologize for that to some extent, but I assume that you may want to use this as a reference in the future, so I wanted the information to be complete. Beginning with 585.830, what are the incident reporting requirements? These are mandatory requirements, and there's a list of incidents at 831 that covers all the different categories. The scope for the type of incidents that must be reported are those that occur on the area covered by your lease and grant and related to activities resulting from the exercise of your lease and grant rights. You're also required to continue reporting incidents to other agencies such as the Coast Guard, state regulators, or anyone else that you have requirements for. And there is a specific requirement for spills of oil or other liquid pollutants. Now I want to go over a few key points in practice. BOEM and BSEE have determined that these requirements apply to survey activity and site assessment activity. They would also apply to activities occurring just outside the lease that support activities going on within the lease, such as a jackup barge just outside the lease. Also, they apply to incidents occurring on planned and/or approved export cable routes. And as I mentioned before, you may need to report vessel-related incidents to both BOEM and the Coast Guard. Now, what specific kinds of incidents must be reported and when must they be reported? Under 831A, there is a list of incidents that require two things. First, immediate oral reporting and a written follow-up report within 15 business days after the incident. These include fatalities, incidents requiring evacuation of a person from a facility to shore or to another offshore facility, fires and explosions, collisions resulting in property or equipment damage that's valued more than $25,000, severe structural damage, incidents involving crane or personnel and material handling equipment that meet a few other criteria. Any incident that damages or disables safety systems or equipment, other incidents resulting in property or equipment damage valued greater than $25,000, and any other incidents involving significant environmental damage. Again, I have a few key points in practice. In the next slide, I'm going to walk through the actual reporting instructions we'd like you to follow. But in addition, we'd like to encourage everyone to report potential environmental damage so that BOEM and BSEE can evaluate it. And as a general principle, when in doubt, let us know what happened. For immediate oral reporting, first, I just want to clarify what immediate means to BOEM and BSEE. It means that you should first provide aid to any injured personnel and stabilize any ongoing emergency. But as soon as the opportunity arises to notify offsite contacts, BSEE and BOEM should be on your list of contacts to notify immediately. We are asking that oral reports be provided by phone to Mike Exurk, my co-presenter today, and his contact information is available here and also in his presentation. We'd also like to ask that you send a courtesy email the same day to the OREP program manager, Jim Bennett, and your BOEM project coordinator. For the follow-up written report within 15 days, you should send it electronically to your BOEM project coordinator, the OREP program manager, Jim Bennett, and to Mike. There's also a shorter category under 831B that requires only a written report. These are any injuries that result in the injured person not being able to return to work or to all of their normal duties the day after the injury occurred, and those incidents that require personnel on the facility to muster for an evacuation that is not related to weather or a drill. Again, for key points in practice, you can use the same written report instructions from the previous slide. You should report any incidents that occur on a survey vessel, including if that activity is on a lease or cable route, and report incidents occurring during site assessment as well. Again, when in doubt, let us know what happened. Now, what do these reports need to contain? Luckily, at 585.832, there is a very detailed list of information that is required to be reported. I'm not going to walk through all of it. It's not that interesting, but it's basically identifying information and information about what happened. What that is there is a reference to help provide clarity. The same for the written report requirements. Those are again spelled out in a lot of detail under 585.833. And a couple other notes on this. You can submit a report or form prepared for another agency or use in lieu of a BOEM or BSEE specific report if it contains the same required information. And BOEM may require you to submit additional information about an incident on a case-by-case basis. As far as some key points in practice, BOEM and BSEE often request a latitude and longitude of where an incident occurred, whether the Coast Guard was notified if a vessel was involved, a copy of internal incident or HSC reports, and a report of the status of an injured person regarding whether they returned to full duties and when. We also ask that you please do not provide medical records or other personally identifiable information unless we explicitly request it. You might be wondering what kind of incidents have been reported to BOEM and BSEE to date. They are generally related to survey activities and site assessment activities and include survey gear that's lost overboard during surveys, safety incidents and injuries that have occurred on survey vessels, site assessment buoy detachments, protected species encounters, and small oil spills reported to the U.S. Coast Guard National Response Center. Finally, is the transition over to my colleague from BSEE. I wanted to explain what we do with this information once it's reported. So once we receive the notification, our BOEM project coordinator will share the written reports with the BOEM incident review team, who then collaborates with BSEE's Safety and Incident Investigations Division, which is where Mike sits. Then BSEE and BOEM will collaborate with any relevant subject matter experts as necessary to evaluate reports and determine the outcome for the report. Oftentimes, the incident review is complete and there's no further action. Sometimes we need to request more information, and much more rarely, we may need to conduct an investigation or consider possible enforcement actions. Whatever the outcome is, we will notify the lessee and of the outcome and of any next steps if they're needed. And all incident documentation is saved on a joint BSEE and BOEM shared drive. I hope I've been able to accomplish my 3 goals and raise your awareness about some of the requirements for incident reporting, provide some practical information about how to comply with those reporting requirements, and provided some insight and transparency into how BOEM and BSEE are addressing incidents. Thank you very much for your time, and I look forward to your questions. And now I will hand this off to my colleague Mike from Bessie.
Great, thanks, Emily. All right, so I'll be taking over here and going over a little bit more about the role of the actual when the investigations or the reports are turned over to BSEE, and we'll be conducting any of the investigations that may be required based on the incidents that are being reported. Just want to take an opportunity to thank everyone for the opportunity to speak to you this morning, and also thanks to the organizers that helped bring us together here virtually in this time. Emily went over quite a few details as far as like what gets reported and how it gets reported. And I just wanted to kind of share this visual of how that process flow goes. And I wanted to just also kind of just piggyback on the requirements and the regulations that talk about what kind of information needs to be reported, particularly as it applies to the immediate notifications. Understand that the notification is the key. We would understand that not all of those details that are listed in the what needs to be reported aspect, such as lat long, lease number, things like that, that may not be available to the person making the report. We understand that. We want to get the report. That's the main thing. So in addition to that, we also want to reiterate that as far as securing a potential scene or potential location of an incident is the main concern. Treating injured, preventing further damage, preventing environmental harm, things of that nature. And then your next step should be to make those notifications. We typically look at it as if you have time to make notifications to someone that isn't on the immediate work site, then that is when you can fit in the time to make the notifications to Bowen and Bessie, as Emily explained. So a little bit about my division here at BSEE. As the Safety and Incident Investigations Division, we're one of the national programs within BSEE. I'm currently the acting chief of that division, located at our headquarters in the Metro DC area. Our building's actually out in Sterling, Virginia. But our division is staffed by full-time investigators with various investigative and technical backgrounds. And presently, through BSEE, of course, a majority of our work is on the oil and gas side. Just a little bit more background on our division. Again, where our authority through the department sits as far as how we can be and what our duties are within the realm of investigations. We have a higher level of role within the agency to ensure that investigation processes and procedures are developed. We also develop any of the training that goes on for investigations within our bureau. And we also maintain the oversight of those investigations that are conducted. Nationally, we have 15 investigators located throughout the Gulf of Mexico, California, Alaska, and also within our headquarters area. And I got locked up here on my computer, but I will see if I can go on to the next one. All right. Okay. In addition to focusing on the technical aspects of the offshore industry, the investigators that we have within our division have specialized training with a number of different areas that help us do our jobs. This includes things like interview techniques, fire and explosion investigation, as well as managing large and complicated cases. And again, we also we provide training within our bureau to folks that may not necessarily sit within the division, to have them aware of the procedures and policies for conducting investigations. We recognize that with only about 15 folks throughout our bureau. You don't always have an investigator available to you at the time that you need one. So when we have a situation occur, a lot of times with our inspection force, our engineers that may be offshore conducting their normal business, by providing them with some of that basic information on how to conduct investigations, we have that additional set of trained eyes that can respond first to a scene of an incident, gather initial information, and know what to do in terms of how to secure that area to make it ready for when the investigator is able to arrive. Some goals we have within our program. We can see that our main thing in determining or in developing policies is to ensure that there's a repeatable and consistent approach to investigations that we conduct. So it's going to be, again, the same type of procedures every time when we conduct an investigation. We want to make sure that we're able to effectively document all the things that are found during these investigations, as well as being able to provide detailed reports out to our program offices within the Bureau. And again, and how we as a division accomplish those things through the development of policies, leading and participating and assisting with incident investigations, as well as any other support that our program offices within our regions and districts, whatever they may need. So kind of going now into the how we conduct investigations once we get notified of something and it's determined that more information about a particular incident is needed or desired. So some of the tools that we utilize that you may receive from us in initial conversations once it's determined that an investigation is going to be conducted, things like the issuance of preservation orders, and these would be requests and orders from BSEE to hold certain scenes in the way that the incident has left them, to ensure that we can accurately and correctly document those areas, and working with the operators to make sure that we're not that we have had an area that has now been secured to prevent further harm, to prevent any danger to the environment or to personnel, but to also preserve that scene. So that's one of the first things that would go out from our division once an incident is being investigated. Some other things that we may look to request are things like various documents and things of that nature, talking to personnel, conducting interviews, as well as, again, that documentation of or reconstruction of a particular scene to ensure that, again, that documentation is accurate and correct. We've also been involved in different analysis, such as testing, bringing in different subject matter experts to assist with evaluation of information as it's being uncovered during an investigation. The bottom line is we want to be able to ensure that our approach to an investigation is systematic and moving towards the reaching of a conclusion. And some of the reasons, I've got a list here of things that talk about why we conduct the investigations, and looking through those, I don't want to go through all of these as they're available to you, but the bottom line and the way I look at it is our goal is to identify why something has happened, and for the main purpose of, well, what can we do to prevent that from happening again? What can we do to ensure that our areas for offshore workers are safer? What can we do to make sure that the areas are protected from environmental harm, and identifying any of those leading indicators that we can work into good recommendations that can go out to not only the industry, but also to programs within our own bureaus to help drive those changes in behavior that would prevent an incident from occurring again. Many of our reports that we provided from BSEE are made available to the public. So again, that's a way for us to show that there's awareness, knowledge to the public, and closure in certain instances to know that a particular incident has been looked into and given the evaluation that it was needed. So, but at the end of the day, it's what can we do to provide the information that can help prevent an incident from occurring again. So with that, and again, Emily had provided my contact information, but this closing slide that I have here is just again some more information about our division, some of the folks that we have in our group that are doing their work, but also there on the bottom right, and again, it also has my contact information. So if you have more specific questions or that you'd like to ask, I would encourage you to please reach out, and I'll do my best to find an answer for you. So with that, this overview of our division, and again, look forward to any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mike. And I'd also like to thank Emily again for speaking before Mike. We are now going to be taking questions from the audience. If you haven't done so already, please go ahead and type your questions into the chat box that's on your screen. We've got plenty of questions for you, mostly about how not to get in trouble. And one of the questions is, what happens when someone does not follow these procedures? You mentioned enforcement actions. Would you give us some examples of what enforcement actions Bessie or BOEM can take?
Sure, I can speak briefly to a couple of things, and then maybe Mike, if you want to add anything. I mean, I guess if something like this occurs and it hasn't been reported, that can be considered a violation of the regulations in itself, regardless of whatever it is that actually occurred. And we do have a few options for enforcement. One is a notice of noncompliance, which is basically a written notification of a violation. It usually would have a requirement of how to remedy that violation with a timeline as to when that remedy needs to be put in place. For something much, much more serious, civil penalties, which are financial fines, can be employed. That's definitely not something we've had to do in practice for offshore wind to date, but it is something that Bessie has used in the oil and gas industry. Those are our two primary tools. I don't know, Mike, if you have anything to add.
No, I would say that those are the primary enforcement actions that would occur if there was any kind of violation of the regulations or failure to report, rather.
Thank you very much for that answer. Have any incidents to date, excuse me, I'm sorry, wrong question. Can you please walk us through like an investigation scenario, the way that would happen in potentially an oil and gas situation where some individual was injured as opposed to a well blowout? And a sort of a corollary question, is an injury situation different than a well blowout in terms of how it's investigated?
Look, I kind of wanted to show that when we develop our policies and procedures on how to conduct investigations, I would say, no, we're doing the same steps, we're doing the same types of things. Of course, the circumstances and locations, et cetera, are all different, but the pattern and systematic method in which we go through them are going to be the same. So again, from a standpoint of whatever the incident may be, your first example of somebody that was injured, again, when some of the first things that you may receive from my division would be requests to preserve a scene if there was one, preserve equipment that was being used by the injured person, things of that nature. Again, all in an interest of keeping things as they were at the time of the incident so that they can be accurately recorded, accurately documented, and if necessary, any testing or evaluation of that equipment could be done. And that would go on along the same path if there was something you mentioned, like a loss of oil control or something like that, or any other type of equipment failure. We would be doing the same things.
Great, thank you. And in conducting these investigations, what kind of historical data, if any, do you need? Meteorological data, operations data from the operator, any other kinds of data?
When I would say all of that. All of that could potentially be helpful, especially in the beginning. We kind of look at things as We don't know what we don't know. So to have that, as I mentioned, one of the first things to go out would be one of those preservation orders. We kind of go very broad with those requests to preserve information, data, equipment, and to include pretty much everything that was going on at a particular time, because we may not know what is going to be important to us until we actually go out. I've been in situations where, particularly like on something like a drill ship or something like that, where you're at the end, it could have been, well, the time of day was a certain time. What was the light like? So yes, to go back and get that historical data of weather conditions, et cetera, that could definitely be helpful to us. So it really is a case by case, but that's why we kind of cast a very wide net in the beginning of what kind of information we want held and kept. And that way we can go through that as the investigation goes on to make sure that we're not missing a particular piece of data that could be helpful to us.
Just to follow on to your comment in that last answer about casting a wide net, one of the questions we've received that I find pretty interesting is, to what degree does this reporting requirement extend to onshore aspects of offshore wind projects? For example, one of the questions is, will incidents which occur onshore, such as with onshore civil works that are associated with the onshore substation that's part of an offshore wind installation, are these reporting requirements triggered by an event like that?
I can take the first stab at this one, Mike. So there is a limitation on BSEE's and BOEM's jurisdiction that really applies more to the offshore environment, the lease itself, the cable route. I think it is helpful if there is something, particularly if it's fairly serious, to let us know as a courtesy. But a lot of the particulars of the regulations and the requirement to report would not necessarily apply onshore.
Great, thank you. One of the questions I have here is, addressing incidents close to real time places additional resource burdens on the industry, particularly when you're reporting the same incident to multiple agencies. I know that you had mentioned during your presentation that although, a particular form is recommended, as long as the document has the information that's required in the regulations, it's sufficient. The question here is there any scope being considered for respective regulators to coordinate information sharing regarding these incidents on a collaborative basis to facilitate a sort of single point of contact reporting?
Yeah, if you want to talk, Mike, maybe about how BSEE works with Coast Guard, that might be a good example.
Yeah, the main limitation that we have with that, first, we do share information between, on the oil and gas side, we have memorandums of agreement with the Coast Guard. So we have, when we do have information coming to either agency, to be able to share that and to also look at which agency would have jurisdiction over a particular incident. Because we haven't gone to, we don't have a one shop or one-stop shop for reporting, is because both agencies have different reporting requirements for things. And so certain things that are reportable to BSEE under our regulations or to BOEM under the regulations, that may not be reportable at all to Coast Guard. So there's we don't want to lose the disconnect between the regulations, and there's, to have the information getting reported to the correct one. But we do work with Coast Guard to ensure that we know what's going on in each other's area of operations. But the fact that there are different reporting requirements is what kind of hinders the one-stop reporting shop, if you will.
Great, thank you. And again, a great answer, Mike, because I have another question here asking how DOI and BOEM and BSEE interact with the Coast Guard in terms of these incidents, and if you could provide some further insight there.
Sure, and again, just based on experiences that we have on the oil and gas side, again, we work very closely with our partners in the Coast Guard. Quite often on a number of the major investigations that I've been involved in, we typically will have either a Coast Guard representative is there to assist just from a force multiplication type application or sharing of knowledge. And just because there's certain things in an MOA or in the regulations that seem very clear cut, there's often a lot of crosswalking of technology, crosswalking of experience, and to have somebody from the Coast Guard be a part of one of our investigations is very helpful. So we work with them very, very well.
Thanks, Mike. I was on mute there. So some of that data that we were discussing before, is there a need for that? Excuse me, the data that's used in these investigations, is there a need for that data to be made anonymous or accessible to the public if it is submitted to either of the bureaus as part of an investigation?
So when we request information, if it is of a proprietary nature, I mean, there's requirements that we as a federal agency have to protect proprietary information. And in our in the document requests that we do put out, there is information in their instructions on how to show that a particular piece of information is proprietary, and that way we can segregate it from other things. You know, as a government agency, there is the possibility is there for freedom of information access and requests to be made to the government. But again, when it comes to things like proprietary company information, proprietary information involving the operations, you know, we have a requirement under other statutes to protect that. So we definitely take that into consideration and are aware of our requirements and responsibilities under those acts.
So I have another interesting question. I think we can obviously all agree here that we don't want any incidents to happen. However, in the event that something does happen, the question is, how can we learn from that incident as an industry? And do BOEM and BSEE have some kind of guideline or target or plan for sort of sharing these lessons learned so that we can avoid replicating the same mistakes in the future?
Absolutely. One of the things on the BSEE side for oil and gas, one of the big tools that we have are safety alerts. And when we and sometimes we'll even put out safety alerts at the onset of an investigation, even if we don't have 100% definitive conclusions being made. But these safety alerts would contain the details learned from an investigation. Folks can take a look at on the BSEE website and look for the panel investigations we've done in the past. We always include, recommendations not only to industry but also to our bureau as far as could be identified as things that may help to prevent a similar incident from occurring. So that those safety alerts are used. The recommendations in the panel reports are available. So again, trying to share that information and to help drive that safety performance for everyone, and just bring up the points of the investigation to again help prevent a similar occurrence.
So how are those safety reports disseminated? Is that in the Federal Register or via email?
We'll post them on our website, and we actually send them out to, there's a blast email list for operators on the, again, speaking, falling back to the oil and gas side, that it'll go out to. We also have a text messaging app that has been set up within the past year, that things like the safety alerts go out not just to the companies, but individual workers can sign up for that, and they would basically be getting those safety alerts real time when we put them out. So hopefully we'll be able to translate a lot of that to the offshore wind industry to ensure that we're able to get that information out to everybody involved in operations as quickly as possible.
Yeah, great. And I've been working on a number of the standards initiatives, and safety of the workforce is obviously our number one priority. Emily, this question is directed at you. You mentioned OSHA. If an incident meets the threshold to be reported to OSHA, does that incident have to be reported to both BOEM, BSEE, and OSHA?
So I think really the threshold is that specific injury requirement about the return to duty. That's really what applies for offshore wind. So that it's possible that you would have to do duplicate reporting, but that's really the one you should pay attention to when you're thinking about reporting an injury to BOEM and BSEE.
Can you give us an example of a situation that might warrant the reporting to both OSHA and then the BOEM BSEE side?
That's a good question. You know, I'm not as familiar. I don't know, Mike, if you're more familiar with the OSHA thresholds and how different they are. Again, I think the main focus for the injury is how is it affecting that person's ability to continue working, and that's our threshold. So if it means that they're put on some kind of different work duties, or they have to go back on shore for treatment, and they're not available for duty, we just use that as a threshold. There is a very similar threshold for oil and gas as well that I know is kind of parallel to the OSHA requirements.
Mike, did you want to comment on that?
No, just to the extent that many of them are very close to each other, and it would just be, we don't want to. We just want to make sure everyone is aware that they may have other regulatory requirements, and that they should just be aware of those and make sure that they're in compliance with that, so that you're not going to get caught short with another agency. But most of the reporting thresholds that are described in the 585 regulations for reporting, a lot of them are very close when it comes to injuries, as for the example that you asked about from the OSHA side.
So actually, this is a question that I've come up with in listening to you guys. I know that we have a lot of specially designed heave compensated transfer equipment from vessels to platforms. I am a former personal injury attorney before I got into this line of work, and having seen kind of all manner of injuries, I would say that probably one of the more likely injuries is someone getting hurt in the transfer from vessel to platform. Given sea state conditions, things like that, notwithstanding, the transfer equipment that's designed to make it safer. In that circumstance, would the incident be reported to both Coast Guard because it occurred in disembarking from a vessel to a fixed platform, and then also to BOEM BSEE because it's associated with an energy production platform offshore?
Yeah, well, I know one of the categories actually for mandatory reporting, it starts out with cranes, but it actually also mentions personnel transfer specifically. And there are some additional requirements to sort of like the severity level of the incident with personnel transfer. So if it falls into that category, you definitely would want to do the immediate mandatory report. As far as the Coast Guard, I would think if there's a vessel involved, you probably do also need to report to them. I have looked at their requirements. There are a lot of the requirements for things like collisions and explosions and other very serious events like that are pretty similar, but some of the nuances around injuries are a little bit different between BOEM and BSEE. I think we actually ask for a little bit more reporting than Coast Guard does. So it's something to be aware of. It's also something we've thought a little bit about, maybe being able to work with Coast Guard to provide some kind of comparison to the industry in the future, but that's really more of a thought at the moment rather than something we're ready to provide in practice.
Yeah, and in working on that end, particularly when it comes to vessels, one of the best resources for companies would be their credentialed mariners that are on those vessels. Those folks are going to know exactly what their reporting requirements are based on their licenses that they have, because they are issued by the Coast Guard. So if there were something like that, that they would have, they would be familiar with where they had to report things like that were associated directly to the vessel.
So I have a follow-up question to your recent answer. Does BOEM BSEE accept reporting by third parties, or is it only the facility owner operator?
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, it was inevitable that it was going to happen. Well, I think that we want to know that the lessee is involved, since we have, or at least aware too of the report, since that's who we have our relationship with formally. But we've definitely accepted incident report forms that come through, say like a survey contractor, for example. It's not like that form has to be on the lessee's letterhead or whatever. So hopefully that kind of provides enough flexibility, but we would want to know that the lessee is sort of part of the communication. I don't know if
That makes sense. And I think that my question triggered another question that said, are there near miss reporting requirements for crew transfer operations?
There are not. But that doesn't mean to say, just from a state, since this is a new industry in the United States and new for our agencies, and kind of going to something that was brought up in Emily's presentation, that the more we know, the better prepared we're going to be for future, to be able to prevent future instances. I have always wanted to look forward to looking at not only just the things that have gone wrong, but what are the things that have gone well, and what went on correctly in that operation that prevented that from becoming more serious. So even in a near miss scenario, being able to gather some data points and look at those leading indicators that went up to that point, but then also, well, what was around that mitigated that and prevented it from becoming more serious. So I would definitely welcome those kind of reports, that if an operator could show that, hey, we use this such and such safety device. Well, that's information that I think would definitely be helpful. And again, if we can push that out and be the catalyst to push that out to the entire industry to, again, prevent injuries, and I would like to be able to do that. So even though we don't have that requirement, we're at a stage with this industry right now that I think being able to get that information in and look at it not only from a regulator standpoint, but working with the industry partners to go and say, well, what can we put out there for information that is going to help keep people safe?
Yeah, well, I think that self-critical analysis is a really important part of the learning process, after any of these incidents. I did have one more question to follow up on what you had said there about sort of being prepared for the broad, milieu of types of events that could incidents that could occur on these platforms. One of the questions is, how are you interacting with European and overseas colleagues to get a better perspective for sort of the broad range of potential incidents that could occur specific to offshore wind platforms, separate and apart from our oil and gas experience domestically?
And we do everything on the BOEM side that.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that this is definitely something that both BOEM and BSEE are thinking about. I think that to be honest, this is kind of our first reveal of this program to the industry. Obviously, the regulations have been there. And that's because, we're really trying to kind of build something up now that's more robust. And I think part of that will be both BOEM and BSEE communicating with our counterparts abroad to learn, how they handle this kind of information, what kind of things they've seen already, so that we can be more prepared. But I would say this is kind of one of those areas where our program is more at the beginning, at the infancy stage. So we have a lot of growth that we need to do, and some of that will be collaborating with those partners.
And I think yesterday, Mark Kozak from BSEE was one of the presenters. He and I had an opportunity to speak with a couple weeks ago with some of our counterparts from the UK along those exact same lines of just trying to gather information of their experiences in having been dealing with this industry for quite some time. Prior to the onset of the travel restrictions and so forth, Mark and I were actually scheduled to travel over to the UK to be able to take some of the training and take take advantage of their expertise and experience in receiving the training that they've developed over their time with the industry. And hopefully we'll still be able to get over there.
Okay, well, I've got another one here. Who is responsible for offshore substation incident analysis?
Well, I mean, that's a facility that would be located on the lease and related to activities going on the lease. So definitely BOEM and BSEE would be primarily responsible for looking into and understanding an incident that occurs on those types of facilities. And the reporting requirements would definitely apply to that facility.
Great. Well, we're winding down here. We got a few minutes left, and I have one question for each of you. It's the same question. If you had one piece of advice or takeaway from your presentation today for today's viewers, what would it be and why? Emily, why don't you take that first?
I think what I would say is I would imagine, because things have been so focused on surveys and site assessment, and those are a lot generally kind of related to vessel activities, that folks may have not been as focused on this. So I would invite you to take another look at these presentations. I would invite you to take a tour of the regulations, which I know is always super fun. Just make sure you're familiar with that. Think about whether you've had any things that may have already happened that this might have applied to, and maybe just from sort of lack of awareness, there was a missed opportunity to report them. And I think just what Mike and I have been saying, I think at this point, because it's early, there's only so many of you that are out there doing this work. We're really looking for more inclusive reporting. So if you have any concerns that something might be reportable, go ahead and let us know what it is. A lot of times with the more minor things, we spend a little bit of time taking a look at what happened, and then we just say, thank you so much for letting us know. That's all we needed. And we just keep that information so that if we do start to see some kind of pattern that's happening that would be worth making the industry more aware of more broadly, we have that data to go back to.
Mike, any final thoughts?
My only thing that I'd like to pass on is that it's understood that when you mention investigations or there's an investigation being conducted, there's a lot of negative undertone or connotations that could be construed with that. And I would just hope to project that our purpose is to, when we conduct these investigations, again, is to identify all the aspects that led up to that incident, and that we can do what we can to get the information out so we can prevent something similar from happening again.
Great. And we're going to have to leave it there for now. Once again, thanks so much to our panelists, Emily Hildreth and Mike Idziorek, for joining us this morning. Thanks, Emily. Thanks, Mike.
Thank you.
Okay. Our next workshop will start at 10:15 a.m. Eastern. It is called Role of the U.S. Professional Engineer, Marine Warranty Surveyor, and Certified Verification Agent for U.S. offshore wind projects. Stay with us. Welcome back, everyone. And to those of you who are just joining us for the first time today, thanks for logging in. Just a quick reminder that IPF Virtual is being recorded. A link to the recording and presentation slides will be sent to the email address that you used to register. If you have any questions for the panelists, please make sure to click the green Ask Question button, which is located on the right-hand side of your screen. Type your question in and then hit Submit. The network would like to thank our IPF sponsors, specifically our 2020 host, the state of Rhode Island, and our IPF Virtual partner, the law firm of Womble Dickinson. Before we jump into today's second panel, I was asked to reiterate that yesterday it was reported that EEW, a member of the Business Network for Offshore Wind, has completed the loadout of 2 heavy monopile foundations and 2 transition pieces that are bound for the Coastal Virginia Offshore Wind, or CVOW project. CVOW project is the first offshore wind project that has successfully completed the BOEM approvals process, and CVOW is set to commence commercial operations before the end of 2020, making its 2 turbines the first that will spin in federal waters. Providing up-to-date information like this is one of the key benefits of membership in the Business Network for Offshore Wind, so please reach out if you'd like to join. Now, I'd like to introduce our second workshop, which is called Role of the U.S. Professional Engineer, Marine Warranty Surveyor, and Certified Verification Agent for U.S. offshore wind projects. Our panel will be providing their insights into the roles that these professionals play in the offshore wind project context, and we'll also examine how these professions are evolving alongside the design, fabrication, transportation, and installation of offshore projects. So, please welcome our moderator, Matthew Palmer, who's a Vice President and Offshore Wind Manager with WSP USA. And please also welcome our panelists, Sid Falk, a structural engineer with BOEM, Hiram Meckling, supervising structural engineer for offshore wind with WSP USA, David Maloney, country manager for renewables certification USA with DNVGL, and Graham Hyde, business development manager with Lloyd's Register Marine and Offshore. Over to you, Matt.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Brandon, and welcome everybody. We appreciate your participating in this panel. We've got an excellent lineup for you today. These folks have all been on the front lines of executing these specific roles and these activities for offshore projects in the US and have the most up-to-date information on the current practice of how exactly this is currently being done. So we think this will provide you with some very useful information. This is actually, these roles are crucially important, and they have a tendency potentially to overlap with each other. So we need to understand how they perform together. And it's also important to recognize that the PE, the Marine Warranty Surveyor, and the Certified Verification Agent really give the agencies who have responsibility for this, BOEM and BSEE, the tools that they need to have confidence that projects in the United States are being executed properly so that they can fulfill their role of protecting human health and safety and the environment. So these are critical activities that are part of the U.S. offshore wind process. So again, welcome everybody. We look forward to your questions at the end of these presentations. And with that, I will turn it over to Hiram Meckling. Hiram?
Yep, thanks, Matt. So, hi, my name is Hiram Meckling, and I'm an offshore wind supervising structural engineer at WSP. And my presentation today is about the role of the USPE for U.S. offshore wind projects. So first, I'd like to tell you about WSP. WSP is a global engineering firm with 50,000 employees in more than 550 offices in 40 countries. WSP USA has a strong local presence, especially in US states that have offshore wind development. As you can see, WSP USA has local offices all along the eastern seaboard. So this slide shows a high-level project timeline, and I'm speaking on behalf of the PE who is conducting the design. So in particular, I'm speaking from experience on the design of WTG foundations and also the design of offshore substations. So the design PE should be fully involved during the design phase, which concludes with certified PE stamped issued for construction drawings and supporting documentation, which are included in the FDR and possibly the FIR. The design PE is still involved in the project during the fabrication phase and the T&I phase, but more in a supporting role. So for example, updates or questions about fabrication drawings or questions about the installation of the structures. So what is a PE? In the United States, all states have laws governing the practice of engineering. These laws are often known as the Engineering Practice Act. The purpose of the legislation is to protect the health, safety, and the welfare of the public of that state. The PE licensing requirements in the US are broadly as follows. One needs to graduate from an ABET accredited engineering program. They need to pass exams provided by NCEES, and there are typically 2 exams, the FE or the Fundamentals of Engineering and the PE exam. But note that some states require additional testing. And lastly, one needs to obtain acceptable engineering experience under the guidance of licensed engineers. The USPE for the US offshore wind industry would function similar to how a USPE works on other projects and in other industries in the US. So engineering performed by PE is standard industry practice in the US. With the privilege of being a PE comes the obligation to take responsibility for your design. So this means you have accepted both the technical and ethical obligations of the engineering profession. So now this is an important point. Engineering should be performed by a PE in responsible charge of the work. Responsible charge is the direct control and supervision, personal supervision of the engineering work. The PE in responsible charge should be engaged in the engineering process from the conception to completion. Engineering decisions must personally be made by the PE or by others over which the PE provides supervisory direction and control authority. So the PE accepts legal liability for the design. During the design phase, the engineering works that require PE stamps are IFC drawings, design bases, design briefs, and design reports, and as-built drawings. PE stamps are also needed for documents that have derived and interpreted engineering parameters like the GIR, the wind assessment, and the marine assessment. PE licensure is a function of individual states and it's not federal. However, most of the US projects are commonly located more than 3 nautical miles offshore, which is in federal waters. And SITFOC will touch base on this a little bit later. Lastly, the updated version of the AWEA OCRP will have a discussion on the roles of the PE, the Marine Warranty Surveyor, and the CVA. And the purpose of this is to provide clarification on those roles. So thank you. And now I'll pass it back to Matt.
Excellent. Thank you, Hiram. Appreciate that information. I'd now like to turn this over to David Maloney from DNV-GL, who will bring his experience and expertise as a CVA to this discussion. David?
Great. Thank you very much, Matt. I'm happy to be here and to share with you my experience of being a certified verification agent and the role that the CVA plays in offshore wind in the United States. To understand the role of the CVA, it's important to first start with the Code of Federal Regulations, and in particular, Subpart G, which deals with the facility, design, fabrication, and installation. And if we look at 30 CFR 585, what we see is that the CVA is defined as an individual or an organization who is experienced in the design, fabrication, and installation of marine offshore facilities, and who can conduct third-party reviews, inspections, and verifications in accordance with this. So very much like the role of the project certifier as we know it in the offshore wind industry. We can also look at 30 CFR 585 and see maybe the main responsibility, or at least the part that sums up the role of the CVA best, is that the CVA is required to certify the design of the structure, to state that it is in accordance with engineering accepted engineering practices, and the approved COP typically, or the SAP or GAP. So that is for the FDR, and also for the fabrication and installation report. The same responsibility is required. And I'll touch upon this a bit later, the distinction between FIR during the design phase and that during the execution phase. But it's also important to understand when discussing the role of the CVA, or really offshore wind in the US broadly with regards to 30 CFR 585, what do we mean by these structures or assets? And what we can see here is that we are discussing the turbine, the tower, and the support structure, the offshore substation and its support structure, and the inter-array cables and the export cables. I also try to note here there's a distinction between the state and federal boundary. Of course, the CVA role is a role in the federal jurisdiction, but the cable doesn't, of course, end there. And so the CVA does have to look beyond this interface. Now, to discuss the role of the CVA a bit further, and also to demonstrate that this is very much in alignment with what we have been doing in the industry for the last nearly 3 decades, I show here the IEC RE OD502 certification scheme. And what I'd like to do is just map between the role of the CVA and show that it lines up really quite well. So with regards to design FDR FIR, we can see that the CVA needs to certify the design input. This is picked up quite well by the site conditions assessment and the design basis evaluation modules. Again, CVA needs to certify the design loads, and we see that here in the IEC RE scheme or in the other certification scheme, it's the integrated load analysis. And finally, we need to certify the structural design, shown here as the turbine RNA design evaluation, the support structure design evaluation, and other installations design evaluation, which is IEC RE speak for offshore substations, inter-array cables, export cables. And now when we complete all of these, we actually can circle back to those first points that I showed you and state that the design of these structures can be certified and is in accordance with good engineering practice. We can also state initially regards to the fabrication and installation, because I think, as we all know, the fabrication and installation has an impact on the design, and this needs to be accounted for and is a part of the project certification scheme that we typically apply. So once these 2 reports are certified, they can be sent to BOEM for their approval. And once approved, the project moves into the execution phase, what I show here as an execution FIR, fabrication and installation. And again, we can map between the requirements of the CVA to certify fabrication, and we could see that we have individual modules here for the manufacturing surveillance of these structures. Also, we need to certify transportation, and we have, again, another module which actually covers both transportation and installation surveillance. Once we complete them, we can actually circle back to the already approved and certified FDR FIR, and now confirm that as planned and as intended, the project has been executed in accordance with this certified and approved FDR FIR. And so this is a distinction which I think is important to make, and is often one that leads to confusion with people, is this idea of FIR, because it has the same name, but it has 2 very distinct parts, even though it is living throughout the project. You have the design aspect, or the design FIR, as I pointed here, and the final FIR. So if we take this scope of work a bit further, this certification scheme a bit further, I can show you that the role of the CVA can be really broken down into a broader scope of work here. I show it for all 3 assets, so for the turbines, for the electrical substation, and for the offshore power cables, but I'll just focus on the turbines. So again, we start with the site conditions assessment. This is important to understand the site conditions for the design. Next is the design basis, establishing codes and standards, design methodologies, project requirements, things like that. Really quite an important step and a big one. It's also at this point that the CVA would start to integrate the type certification work that's already been done. And this is an important one because the CVA has a responsibility to ensure that any sort of items that need to be followed up are, and maybe any gaps, items that were potentially missed are being picked up now. Next is the integrated load analysis, and it's here where the CVA often performs the independent load calculations, which is, I think, a critical aspect and role of the CVA in order to perform their independent assessments. Following, we have the site-specific RNA and Tower certifications and the foundation design certification. Again, this is the design phase. Once that's finished and approved by BOEM, we can move into the execution phase, which is fabrication and transportation and installation. And again, these can be applied to each asset, and maybe these modules can be split up a little bit. The other point to understand here is that each of these boxes or modules represents a distinct issuance of a conformity statement and evaluation report. So next, I'd like to just discuss a bit about the timeline of the CVA responsibilities, and also to share some conclusions and maybe some points of highlight. So the first part in the timeline is that the CVA, of course, has to participate in the nomination, and we do so by issuing a scope of work and a statement of qualifications. We say how we're going to do the work and why we're qualified to do it. Once approved, the next job that we have to do, although it's not a specific item or a specific milestone, it's just generally to keep BOEM informed. Otherwise, the next main milestone is, of course, certification of FDR-FIR, and then followed by witnessing of fabrication, transportation, and installation, and again, circling back to issuing a final FIR. So in conclusions, I think there's a few items to pay attention to. One, the CVA has a couple main objectives, if you will, roles, but the CVA has to fulfill all of the obligations outlined in 30 CFR 585. So it's important to read and understand all of it. The CVA works on behalf of BOEM, and we do this through the approved scope of work. CVA does not have approval authority, that is only BOEM. The CVA is simply there to perform independent third-party certification. The CVA is required to report all incidents to BOEM. It's a broad term, but it generally is keeping BOEM informed with the project in progress. The CVA is required to use a professional engineer. This is stated clearly in 30 CFR 585. And when it comes to witnessing, typically the CVA is witnessing about 10%, but this needs to be confirmed with BOEM. First, typically done through the scope of work, but then later let's say, confirmed once the project details are known, who's going to build it, when and where, and what the schedule is. And also, I'd just like to reiterate that the CVA has a responsibility for the final FIR. The project, of course, has to maintain its as-built documentations and have them available. Maybe they have to submit some of that, but it's really the CVA who has to circle back and confirm that the project was executed in accordance with FDR-FIR. And lastly, I just point out that it's really everyone's responsibility to understand 30 CFR 585. There's a lot of notifications that are required there, and it's something that I stress very often, that everyone within the project should really read it and try to understand it. Thanks very much, and I pass it back to Matt.
Excellent. Thank you, David. Really appreciate that presentation. Very informative. Now I'd like to turn it over to Graham Hyde from Lloyd's Register, who will discuss the role of the Marine Warranty Surveyor. Graham?
Yes, thank you very much. Hold on. Sure. Okay. I don't know what happened to my presentation. Hold on. Oh, there you go. Okay, so I just want to go through the marine warranty side of it. This kicks in when the fabrication side of it really has finished, and we're now talking about either bringing the stuff out to the site, or we're talking about bringing stuff over from maybe Europe. Just want to quickly go through Lloyd's Register. We are globally situated around the globe. We have about 7,100 employees at the moment, and we operate with 77,000 clients in various different aspects. We are a global engineering company now, moved away. We also do classification, but that's where we've come from. So what is Marine Warranty Survey? Basically, Marine Warranty Service is in order to ensure and mitigate the risk for the underwriters. It enables us to transport the equipment safely and deploy it into the area that it's going to be deployed. Moving on. Okay. The on-site side of it, we get involved in making sure that the load is going to be safe to actually lift and put onto the barge or onto the installation vessel or the transport vessel that it's going to go over to the different country. We obviously get involved then in dealing with 3 or 4 different aspects. We, prior to lifting, make sure that all the equipment and the rigging is correct, cranes, etc. Make sure that they're certified for the expected load, etc. We then, while we're doing this, we will come up with maybe some defects or items that have got to be addressed. This has to obviously be cleared before we can do the final lift and put it up. And once that's cleared, we look at sea fastenings. We make sure that the sea fastenings are actually done in accordance with the design and the drawings that have been set out. We make sure through NDE that you know, the welds are done properly and all the rest of it, and that the load is safe to actually transport. Then when we start getting out to the site, we start to look at making sure that the lifting then is going to be appropriate. We can get involved, obviously, in Europe and that, where they use jack-up installation vessels. And as part of that, we're going to look to make sure and certify that they've taken into account the ground conditions on the bottom to make sure that it's going to be adequate enough that we're going to be able to lift up without obviously the vessel subsiding. The other way is if they're going to use some sort of system that's going to basically keep the vessel in place to make sure that it doesn't float away in that, and we would get involved to make sure that that system and that equipment is in good working order to make sure that it's sufficient to actually undertake the lifts, etc. And then finally, once the lift starts to go on, we obviously make sure that everything's okay so that the lift can carry on and we can actually do the install. So I just wanted to go through quickly where this kind of comes along. So this is the self-elevating offshore substation foundation, which is obviously an integral part of the offshore wind farms. So here we look into what the wind conditions are going to be, what the wave conditions are going to be, and obviously the currents, etc. This is to transport it from the dock side out to the installation site. Sea fastenings, as I said before, are extremely important. We make sure that they're in accordance with the plan and that everything is safe to do so. Once we've signed off and we've issued the certificate for this, it can then move on and actually go to the site. At the site, we're going to get involved in obviously lifting the structure off the barge or the ship that it's been transported out from. We obviously ensure and give the okay once the rigging's all been certified and inspected, and make sure that's all in order, and the lifting is actually going to be able to lift the weight, etc., and is in accordance to the approved plan. It's obviously then going to be lowered down to the seabed and then pile drived into the seabed. We make sure that's all done in accordance with the plan and make sure everything is all in order. Then, of course, the next section, this would be a floating part. Again, we're looking at the wind and the wave and the currents to make sure that it's safe to actually do the move out. Then when we get into the site, we have to make sure that it's lined up so that slowly they can start lowering the legs to jack up. And then obviously make sure everything, the loads are acceptable and all the rest of it, so that we can actually jack it up out the water into its final position. I look forward to your questions, and back to you, Matt.
All right, thank you, Graham. I really appreciate that. Now I would like to turn this over to Sid Falk from the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management, who will tie this all together for us from the regulator's perspective. Sid?
Thank you, Matt. And here we go. Thanks, Matt, and thanks to Hiram, David, and Graham for introducing the concepts of the PE, CVA, and marine warranty surveyor. My name is Sid Falk. I'm a senior structural engineer with BOEM, and I'm going to try and pull these concepts together with application on the renewable energy projects within our jurisdiction. Let's see. Are you guys seeing this slide, the slides correctly? Okay.
Yes,
I'd like
we're seeing
to.
slides.
So I'm not seeing my slide, which is a problem. Okay, there we go. Sorry about that. I'd like to start off with my quick and dirty definition of the CVA program. And so basically, my definition is the CVA program is a program in which DOI, BOEM and BSEE utilize qualified vetted entities to perform independent third-party reviews of complex facilities and then document the findings. So I'd like to talk about, thankfully, the CFR defines exactly what a facility is, defines it as structures, devices, appurtenances, cables, and vessels attached to the USOCS. So yes, cables are part of the CVA scope of work, and the vessels that they're referring to are not the crew transfer vessels and the installation vessels. They are the floating support structure concepts shown in this graphic here on the right. So, so that's the definition of facility. The independent third-party review. You may think it's self-explanatory, but the main concept is that CVS must maintain an arm's length transactional distance from the project. They absolutely cannot have worked in a design capacity of any kind on this project. And then vetted, David touched on it briefly, you know, who vets and how do they vet? Well, the CFR calls for a system of nomination and approval. The developer, after choosing a preferred CVA, must nominate them to BOEM for our review and approval. And we basically review that nomination for the corporate capabilities, past experience in wind industry. Also, they would list the key individuals and their areas of subject matter expertise, and we would review that for a good fit with the requirements of the project. And then we review the scope of work, and we would evaluate those and ensure that it meets our needs prior to approval. And the last point to be made is that also, as stated, 30 CFR 585-706 does require the verification activities to be conducted by or under direct supervision of a PE. So that brings us to the next slide, which deals with the BOEM's PE requirements for the design team. Hiram discussed this. We concur. The regulations at 30 CFR 585-701 requires submittal of an approved for construction fabrication drawings in the developer's facility design report submittal. Our interpretation is that the approved for construction or issued for construction fabrication drawings require a PE stamp. That is the norm in the state of practice here in the United States. We do not have a specific state requirement. We don't require in any registration in any particular state, just registration in good standing in any state. As your project comes on shore, other jurisdictions may have different expectations. So, it's up to the developer to look into that. But the engineering, as stated, the engineering canon of ethics does require a PE to ensure that they possess the proper expertise prior to fixing their professional seals on the documents. It's a regulation that's kind of self-regulating organization. If someone's operating outside the canon of ethics and the rules for the professional engineers, they face loss of license, loss of work, and possibly jail time, depending on what the effects are. And I'd just like to point out that the stamping requirement, the generally accepted practice here in the United States, is that it applies to all final drawings and reports. So that would be issued for construction drawings and as-built drawings, and then also reports that transmit calculations, interpretations, or analysis anything other than raw data. So next, you've seen a similar graphic to this, but I'd like to talk about the CVA process a little bit. And as stated, the CVA, they verify the facility design report and the fabrication and installation report. And this schematic here is the IEC or IECRE certification flow chart, certification scheme. It has all the work packages or modules that are required to carry out the scheme. And it is correctly applied to our verification program with just some modifications, some minor modifications. But this is not a modification, but I'd like to point out that here at the design basis evaluation module is a very critical step in our CVA program. It's where BOEM, where the regulator informs the project of our requirements and how we ensure that the design is carried on with in a manner that meets everybody's requirements: the developers, the designers, the CVA, and the regulators. But one other difference is that commissioning surveillance is a full, is a very active part of the certification scheme. Our CVA program has a more limited commissioning surveillance activity with it. The project certification has an eye towards the overall project, including its efficiency and operability and functionality and profit potential, which is our federal regulators' area of responsibility is limited to protecting health and safety, human health and safety, and the environment. So some of the other activities don't transfer very well. And the difference here at the end is that obviously a project certificate is issued in the certification process. Our CVA does not issue a certification. They issue verification statements and reports to BOEM, and then BOEM considers those statements and verifications and reports in our analysis before our objection or non-objection. I also want to point out that you may have picked up from Graham and David's presentations that there is definitely the opportunity for overlap between the marine warranty surveyor and the CVA. Overlap mainly occurs in the transportation phase via review of certain documentation or witnessing certain activities like the review sail plans, review sea fastening details, witnessing lifts and loadouts, maybe launching during the installation if that's part of your plan. We recognize there'll be overlap, but we encourage coordination to basically ensure that both the CVA and the marine warranty surveyors have access to the critical documents that they need, as well as access to witness any critical activities that they need to witness to perform their function. If the agreement can be made where they're able to maybe eliminate a duplication of effort, that's a plus for everyone. However, it's not a requirement from our end. And just want to point out the presence of one or the other does not alleviate either from their respective duties on the project. And this slide may look sort of familiar, except it's turned on its end. But I wanted to just discuss a couple of critical CVA milestones. And I mentioned, I mentioned the CVA nomination earlier and the design basis evaluation, and its importance to the project. And this is one reason why it's highly recommended developers get an approved CVA on board project as early as possible. It's not required; it's a recommendation. The design basis, which occurs, development of design basis occurs very early in the project design. It lists the higher order design codes controlling the design of your project. BOEM, at your request, will review in real time or whenever it's ready for submittal. We'll review your project design basis, but we'll only do that after it's been reviewed by the CVA. So we feel that onboarding the CVA and coordinating an early review design basis with BOEM is essential to de-risk the follow-on design process, because you don't want to go through all of these modules and get to the end and find out that either the CVA or BOEM has an issue with some of your assumptions during the design. So the way to alleviate this is to develop a detailed design basis for maybe multiple design bases for your integrated turbine structure, maybe one for your OSS and one for the cables. And we can review that, comment on it. And once all comments are resolved, then the follow-on design activities can go forth in a relatively de-risked atmosphere. Other major milestones include our non-objection of the FDR and FIR, which allows the developer to proceed to fabrication installation phase respectively. And then the final notice of non-objection after the final CVA FIR has been submitted, which would allow the project to begin commercial power generation. And so those are the critical CVA milestones, and get your CVA approval in early, a nomination in early. Next slide. With that, I'd like to sum up succinctly, and then we'll go to questions. In summary, both the design and the CVA team are conducted by or under supervised by a licensed professional engineer. The CVA and marine warranty surveyor will review and verify work issued by the PE on behalf of the developer, underwriter, or regulators, whoever as may be. There will be overlapping areas of responsibility. Coordination between the CVA and marine warranty surveyor is encouraged, both to allow each entity to have full access, also to potentially avoid duplication of effort if possible. But the key issue is here at the bottom: participation of either the marine warranty surveyor and or the CVA does not relieve either party of its duties during any portion of the offshore activities. And with that, I believe that sums it up. Over to you, Brandon.
Thanks very much, Sid. Thanks to the rest of our presenters for a great panel. Just a quick note to our audience out there before we move on to the Q&A portion of this presentation. If you are experiencing buffering issues or freezing with your feed, we would ask that you please refresh your page. And alternatively, if you could request that others in your household minimize their use of your network, that will increase the bandwidth for this broadcast to your computer. Matt, as our moderator, do you have any initial questions for the panel?
I do, Brandon. Thank you very much. So I want to dig a little deeper into a couple of the topics that came up during these presentations. And my first question is for Hiram. And when Hiram's done, I've actually asked for some comment on this from Sid. So most of the work in offshore wind thus far has been done in Europe, and much of the design work for those projects have been done by European firms. European firms often do not have a US professional engineer on their staff. So question for Hiram is, can third-party PE stamping of design work be done? And if so, how does that work?
Sure, yeah, thanks, Matt. Well, I think the way that it's typically done is US firms and European firms, they just join forces and work together. But still, the USPE should be in responsible charge of the work. So again, what that means is that the PE needs to have direct control and supervision of the work. I think that's probably the best way I can put that. Sid or anybody else have any input on that?
Well, yeah, I mean, I think there's obviously partnering between if a design firm operating anywhere in the world is lacking a USPE employee, then they can partner with another design firm, and it's not or they can go out and hire the expertise needed that has the PE. There's multiple ways of complying with the issue, but as you said, it can't be a rubber stamp. They have to have be in responsible charge. So the PE that's stamping the document has to have the subject matter expertise needed and has to have had responsible charge of the process, and those are the requirements.
Yep, good point. Yep.
Excellent, thanks, Sid. And just to build on that a little bit, Hiram, you had mentioned that the professional engineer takes liability. Can you explain a little bit more what that means, what the ramifications of that are?
Sure, yeah, I'll try to. For instance, if as a PE, you're a PE of civil, structural, electrical engineering, and within that discipline, you should be, stamping or taking responsible charge of a design that you actually know about and have the proven expertise and experience to actually back it up. So even as a structural engineer, even though I practice structural engineering, it'd be hard for me to say I'm going to go stamp a drawing for a high-rise building or something like that. And that's because, one, that's not my practice area. And two, if something does happen, that could lead to some issues, and it's something you don't want to get into. So, yep. That said, yeah, you do take legal liability, so it's taken very, very seriously here. So,
excellent, thank you, Hiram. So now, David, a question for you. Part of the certification process usually involves a type certificate, which will be associated with a specific type of wind turbine or conceivably some other component. How does that fit into the overall certification process executed by the CVA?
Sure, thanks for that question. I think it's an important one, and I touched very briefly on it in my presentation. So just like any project certification, when we move from a type certified machine or component, there is a job to be done to ensure that that type certificate still applies to the site-specific conditions. Not thinking about CVA particularly, that just sort of makes sense. In the CVA aspect, it's the same thing. We have to ensure that whatever was certified before is still applicable here. So any structural verifications that were performed, any manufacturing, witnessing, review of manuals, anything like that, the design basis, all of that should still be in accordance. And so the CVA has to review it, understand what the type certificate covers. First of all, make sure it's the same machine that we're talking about here at the project. And then if there are any sort of gaps, identify those gaps and start to, let's say, lay out a plan about how to fulfill them. For instance, if there is something in the manufacturing process that hadn't been picked up? How can the CVA then try to capture that during the project certification?
Okay, excellent. Thank you, David. Question now for you, Graham. The marine warranty surveyor, who hires the marine warranty surveyor? Who are they responsible to? How is the marine warranty surveyor compensated for their activities as part of an offshore wind project?
Okay, so thanks for that question. So in most cases, we're responsible obviously for the underwriters or the insurance. However, the operator that's actually doing the installation and transportation usually is the one that contracts us and actually pays the fees that we charge. But ultimately, the whole idea is to mitigate the risk, and obviously the risk is taken by the insuring part.
Okay, excellent. Thank you very much, Graham. And Sid, a question for you. We had talked a little bit about the final FIR and commencing commercial operations. My understanding from the rules is that there is a 30-day period between submittal of the final FDR and when commercial operations can begin. Are there any activities that could be undertaken during that time? For instance, commissioning, testing, things of that nature? Or what's the situation there?
Well, yes, certainly. Still, commissioning activities could still be going on, but commissioning of your major systems and should be completed, and by the time we get our final FIR. But certain other activities could still be going on. There's a 60-day window under which time we're allowed to make objection or request for additional information if we don't find what we need in that final FIR. But providing we do our review and we don't have objections or requests for additional information, we could actually give you notification to proceed ahead of that 60-day window also.
Okay, so it's safe to say that it's really incumbent on the project to make sure that they're delivering the information through the CVA into that final FIR that will allow for a rapid approval from BOEM, so you minimize the risk of having a project sitting potentially capable of operations but not yet receiving its final approval.
Correct.
Excellent. Okay. Any comment on that from your perspective, David?
No, I think it's a really good topic, and this final FIR versus design FIR is constantly a source of confusion. So I think it's very good to pay attention to, and I think it's one that projects need to plan for early. I think all of our advice is to plan for things early, get us involved there early, communicate with BOEM often and frequently to avoid these, this, as you described, a potential situation where you have a facility ready to run, but it's sitting there.
Excellent. Thank you, David. So Brandon, at this point, we've had some internal discussion on a couple of questions. Are there any questions from the audience that we would like to try to tackle at this point?
Oh, yes, there are, Matt. Thank you very much. This is a question for the PEs. Since the offshore wind projects are located in federal waters, PEs from which state need to stamp the drawings? Is this predicated on the location of the cable landfall or another factor or factors?
I think Sid, so I'll start, but yeah, I think Sid kind of mentioned that BOEM does not require a particular stamp from a particular state, but the client might, for instance. So if you have client requirements, let's say you need a PE stamp this project that's making landfall at a particular state, then sure, you need to have your PE stamp for that particular state. Sid, anything else to add to that, or David?
No, I'm just thinking that where fabrication takes place may influence the decision. Also, certainly where landfall and where you're tying into the grid, you should investigate with the local jurisdictions there. So, but the federal requirement is a PE from any state in the union.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Great, thank you.
And let me just add to that in most states in the union, reciprocity from one state to another for professional engineers exists. And there's maybe some degree of time involved for an application fee, and that sort of thing. But it is entirely possible, and in fact, not that difficult, for a professional engineer registered in one state to get a similar registration in another state.
Mhm.
Great. Thank you, guys. Are there any lessons to be learned from the Deepwater Horizon situation that can be applicable to U.S. offshore wind projects, either for technology or oversight by the federal regulators or by CVAs?
Hmm.
Guess that one's for Sid and David,
Mhm.
and I'm very curious on the answer.
Well, I mean, I think that one of the and I wasn't intimately involved in the Deepwater Horizon incident. I'm a structural engineer, and there was not a structurally related incident. But there are parallels between the two industries. Both of them are highly complex. Both of them are operating offshore in a harsh marine environment. There's a lot of technical advances happening in each industry, happening very quickly. And I'd say we need to sometimes we need to slow down, assess our situations, not let technology get ahead of ourselves. Make sure what we're doing, and with all things in life, not let complacency slowly creep in. But that's my answer, and it's a
Sure.
personal opinion.
Maybe I can just add a couple thoughts just from the CVA perspective. And I think one thing that's important, and I also should say I wasn't involved in that in any way, but I think one thing that's important is always trying to understand where the risks are, where are the challenging topics. Try to apply hold points around that process and make sure that there is clear notices or confirmations that we shall proceed. And so when I think about the CVA role, which is already clearly a third-party role, I think it's good to highlight that. And so if there are instances where we think there could be extra risk, I think the idea there is to identify them quickly, make sure there's some sort of notification or hold point around that, and find that all parties are in agreement before moving on to next steps.
Excellent. Thank you, David.
So another question, this one's for Graham. During the course of this presentation, it was mentioned that there's some overlap between the roles of CVA and MWSs. Could a conflict arise there, and how do we avoid that?
I don't think necessarily a conflict. Obviously, the CVA will be involved in looking at the design side of it and certifying that. Basically, the marine warranty side of it is we're making sure that so there's an office review goes on of that design of how they're going to load out. We review it to make sure that it's appropriate, and we then obviously verify that the design is actually implemented on board the vessel. So I think really the CVA and the Marine Warranty Survey, really the best is when they start to work together, not necessarily to shirk work and things like that, because obviously we're responsible, but certainly a good understanding, a good relationship will make that whole process move a lot quicker.
Wonderful, thank you. This is sort of a question for all of you, and you probably all have a take on this, but are there requirements for PEs, MWSs, or CVA involvement in the operations and maintenance and decommissioning phases of U.S. offshore wind facilities?
Anyone?
Matt, you want to assign that one?
Well, let's start with David. What's your
Sure.
view on that?
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, within the scheme that we follow, which, as I pointed out, maps very well with the CVA requirements, having a look towards the operation and maintenance phase is important. It is a part of the design basis evaluation. We do need to understand what's going to be done in operation to understand how to design it. It's the same thing with understanding how you're going to fabricate it, how you're going to install it. And so I think there is certain aspects which are covered under the CVA, but broadly speaking, the operation and maintenance phase, the decommissioning, are not something that is required by the CVA, if that was the question. It's not stipulated as such. There could be reasons for the projects to ask the CVA or the certifying body, if you will, to look at those, but that isn't strictly required by 30 CFR 585. I'd be happy for Sid to help clarify if that's correct.
Okay.
No, you're correct, David. Yeah, it's not a explicit requirement for CVA to be involved in O&M, but certainly a keen understanding of the operations is critical to ensuring a proper design. But and likewise with decommissioning. As far as a PE, you know the decommissioning, when you comes to the actual deconstructing of the facilities, it's basically installation in reverse. A lot of the same lifts will be happening, just in reverse order, and so we would expect PE oversight as proper for the operations.
Okay. Hiram, anything to add from the PE's design perspective as it relates to operations and maintenance?
Yeah, just during the operational phase, I could see a PE being involved if there had to be some sort of repair work being done to the structures.
Yeah, repair or modification.
Right,
I
and there is a requirement for CVA involvement in repairs and modifications. So.
I can actually see at some point, so typically they're designing these for 25 years. And in a lot of cases, we haven't quite got there yet with what's in Europe. However, just like in the oil and gas industry, I can see that what's going to come up is they're going to ask for an extension of life. And there, I think that definitely the PE will be involved.
Good point.
Yes.
Yep.
Certainly, life extension is something some operators are already considering, I hope, because there's certain steps that can be taken now to ensure or increase their probability of a favorable reply from the regulators when they request a life extension. But yeah, the life extension would include PEs and CVAs and a full assessment, structural assessment, before any kind of decision can be made on that. Yeah.
Right.
Yep. And I think that's actually a topic that's being addressed in the update to the Offshore Compliance Recommended Practice Manual that will be available for public comment, hopefully sometime next year. Excellent. Brandon, anything else?
Yeah, so just for people who don't know what you mean by life extension, are you guys talking about repowering?
It could include replacement of turbines and repowering. It doesn't have to. It could be a request to extend the life from the current 25-year term of the lease to 30. That would be extended. And
I mean,
yeah,
I think if the wind farm is operating and it's being maintained through that life, then obviously the operator, it's in their interest to maybe, extend it and keep it as it is.
Mm-hmm.
Yes,
well,
and that would
gentlemen,
involve various engineering assessments to make sure that there is legitimate life still left in the structures as they've been designed and as they've been utilized.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Gentlemen, it's been great to have you with us on this panel. We're going to have to leave it there for today. I think we could probably sit here all day and ask you very nuanced questions about these different roles. But we're going to have to move on. Matt, as our moderator, would you please close us out?
Absolutely. So I want to thank everybody who joined this presentation. I hope you found this informative and useful. And I especially want to thank our panelists for their time, the preparation time that was put into this, and being a part of this, I think, very important discussion. Thank you all very much.
thank you.
Thank you all, gentlemen. And thanks once again to our moderator, Matt Palmer, and to all of our panelists, Hiram, David, Graham, and Sid, for this interesting discussion about the roles that were played by your respective professions during the U.S. offshore wind development process. And we thank all of you at home for tuning in to IPF Virtual. We want to remind attendees that if you're having streaming issues, this live stream will be available for download later this week, and we would recommend that you refresh your browser window. Now, we're at the halfway point for today, and I'd like to say a few words about membership in the Business Network for Offshore Wind. The network is the only nonprofit organization that is exclusively focused on the U.S. offshore wind market 24/7, 365 days a year. And one of our main goals is networking. It's right there in our name. We pride ourselves on our ability to make mutually beneficial connections for our members. These connections help to keep the U.S. offshore wind industry moving forward. Tools that were developed by the network, like our supply chain registry, have helped fill gaps in the industry. And today's IPF Virtual program is just one example of the effort that we've undertaken in keeping the industry educated and helping the flow and exchange of information between regulators and industry. Our team has been working hard to develop a training for industry newcomers and veterans alike that will help explain the integral workings of the offshore wind industry. Membership in the network is what helps make our mission possible. We couldn't do it without member support and the vast knowledge of the industry that is possessed by our members. If you're not already a member of the network and you are interested in joining, please reach out to myself or anyone else on our team. We'd love to talk to you about how we can advance the U.S. offshore wind industry together. Now, with that said, we'll be back at 11:30 a.m. Eastern with today's third workshop, The Regulatory Landscape, a look at immigration, employment, and maritime considerations for the U.S. offshore wind industry. Stay tuned. Welcome back, everyone. And to those of you who are logging in for the first time today, thanks for joining us. Just a quick reminder that IPF Virtual is being recorded. A link to the recording and presentation slides will be sent to the email address that you used to register. If you have any questions for our panelists, please click the green Ask Question button, which is located on the right-hand side of your screen. Type your question in and then hit Submit. If you're experiencing buffering issues or freezes with your feed, we ask that you please try to refresh your page. The network would also like to thank all of our IPF sponsors, specifically our 2020 host, the state of Rhode Island, and our IPF Virtual partner, the law firm of Womble Dickinson. Now, I'd like to introduce the panelists for our third workshop called The Regulatory Landscape, a look at immigration, employment, and maritime considerations for the offshore wind industry. You'll be hearing key insights from legal practitioners who deal with these types of matters on a daily basis. Please join me in welcoming our moderator, Rachel Beardsley, who is a partner with Fragaman, Del Rey, Bernson, and Lowy. Please also welcome our panelists, Dana Merkel, who is an associate with Blank Rome, and Rebecca McCloskey, who's an associate with Jackson Lewis. Rachel, take it away.
Great. Thank you so much, Brandon, and thanks everyone for joining us today. So for this panel, we wanted to focus on the legal considerations that can arise when an offshore wind company is establishing a U.S. presence. Oftentimes there are immigration, employment, and maritime legal issues that can come up, but those can cause an issue if the strategies are not vetted in advance. So for this panel, we want to ensure that you have that those critical issues are vetted and that the project is ready to move forward such that immigration, employment, and maritime issues are not a roadblock. So with that, I'll turn it over to Dana, who's going to start off with any maritime legal considerations. Dana?
Thank you, Rachel. Good morning, everyone. I'm going to be kicking this panel off with a discussion of the Jones Act, recent changes in Jones Act interpretation, and lastly, crewing challenges for both U.S. and foreign vessels, including issues under the current presidential proclamations limiting U.S. entry. To start with some quick Jones Act basics, the Jones Act requires that all waterborne transportation of merchandise between 2 points in the United States be done by a vessel that is U.S. built, at least 75% U.S. owned, and U.S. flag. As a U.S. flag vessel, it would also require a U.S. citizen crew. Similar laws apply to the transportation of passengers between two U.S. points, as well as towing and dredging in the U.S. These are collectively known as the coastwise laws. The critical question in determining whether the Jones Act applies is whether there's transportation between two U.S. points. So what is a point in the United States? Everywhere in the U.S. territorial sea is a U.S. point, which is generally out to 3 nautical miles from shore. The Outer Continental Shelf Lands Act, OCSLA, extended the coastwise laws to OCS structures, which are those related to exploration, development, and production of seabed minerals. Thus far, it's unclear whether wind farm structures on the OCS are U.S. points for the purposes of the coastwise laws, because they're not related to exploration, development, or production of seabed minerals. The Coast Guard has taken the position that wind farm construction and operation is not an OCS activity under OCSLA. However, Customs and Border Protection interprets and enforces the coastwise laws, not the Coast Guard. CBP has not yet determined whether an offshore wind farm is a U.S. point for the purposes of the Jones Act. There have been 3 CBP rulings on offshore wind farms, but the requesters of these rulings had assumed that an offshore wind farm would be a U.S. point, and thus far, everyone is making the same assumption. Under this assumption, we generally look to oil and gas-related rulings for guidance. The question we get often is a waiver of the Jones Act possible? In short, no. Waivers are only granted for national defense needs. Historically, waivers have been granted for specific military cargoes and temporary energy needs following hurricanes or other natural disasters. Waivers are not possible simply because there are no Jones Act heavy lift vessels in existence capable of doing the work. That said, the Jones Act has not and will not impede offshore wind farm development. The combination of Jones Act and foreign flag vessels enabled construction of the first U.S. commercial offshore wind project. Deepwater Wind. So CBP recently changed its interpretation of the Jones Act in two areas greatly impacting offshore wind farm construction, operation, and maintenance: equipment of the vessel and lifting operations. I'm going to touch briefly on each of these. Equipment of the vessel is not merchandise, and the Jones Act does not apply to its transportation. It was originally defined as those items that are necessary and appropriate for the navigation, operation, and maintenance of the vessel, and for the comfort and safety of persons on board. Generally, this was line, stores, spare parts, and crew necessities. However, as the offshore industry developed, a number of CBP rulings focused on the mission of the vessel in determining whether an item is equipment of the vessel, and expanded this definition to apply to a host of offshore components that are brought on board and then installed on the seabed. This allowed foreign flag vessels to transport offshore components from a U.S. port and install them at a U.S. point on the OCS. Many in the industry felt that the definition of equipment of the vessel had gotten a bit out of hand, and CBP started avoiding issuing rulings on the topic. CBP's recent decision brings the equipment of the vessel definition back to that original version: necessary and appropriate for the navigation, operation, and maintenance of the vessel, and for the comfort and safety of persons on board. Generally, this means those items that are integral to the function of the vessel, and if an item is returning to the vessel and departing with the vessel and not remaining on the seabed, that will lean towards it being considered equipment of the vessel. The second area impacted by the recent CBP decision is lifting operations. CBP has long interpreted the Jones Act as allowing foreign flag crane vessels to load and unload cargo and construct or dismantle marine structures as long as any movement was incidental to the lifting operation. For many years, this incidental movement was undefined, and some liberties were taken in lifting operations. However, in 2012 and 2013, a series of rulings were issued stating that any movement of the vessel off of its central axis while lifting, even a short difference for lift safety, would be a violation of the Jones Act. This posed a lot of challenges for the offshore industry, as some lifts were difficult, if not impossible, to complete with some minimal movement. CBP's decision revoked these rulings and stated that they were overly restrictive and not an accurate reflection of coastwise transportation under the Jones Act. They then created a new definition of lifting operations, and those operations would not be considered coastwise transportation under the Jones Act. Lifting operations include lifting operations by crane, winches, lifting beams, or other similar activities or operations from the time that the lifting activity begins until the time that the lifting activities can be safely terminated in relation to the unlading, installation, or removal of offshore facilities or subsea infrastructure. This includes any vertical movement of the item, as well as any other vertical or even lateral movement necessary to safely place or remove the item in the vicinity of the existing structure. In other words, the lifting vessel can make some movement off of its central axis in order to conduct the lift safely. This interpretation is also not limited by the size of the lift. And both of these new interpretations became effective about 2 months ago on February 17th. Looking at potential compliance strategies, there are two primary methods that we've seen used. The first involves staging and pre-assembly at a U.S. port and using Jones Act feeder vessels and barges to transport components from the U.S. port to the offshore installation site where they are installed by foreign flag vessels. The second method is the just-in-time method, where components are transported directly from the foreign manufacturers to the offshore installation sites where they're installed by foreign flag vessels. And this method isn't impacted by the Jones Act at all because there's no transportation between two U.S. points. So we've covered the Jones Act fairly well. I'm going to move on to discuss some crewing issues for both the U.S. and foreign flag vessels. I mentioned earlier that the crew of U.S. vessels must be U.S. citizens. Also, all seamen on U.S. vessels must have merchant mariner credentials. This used to be a separate document. It was known as an MND or a Z card, but now the license, STCW, and this credential is all wrapped up into one neat package. Importantly, only US citizens are eligible to receive a merchant mariner credential. And the Coast Guard decides who on board a vessel is considered a seaman, and it's interpreted it very broadly. The Coast Guard has made clear that seaman includes all technical and industrial personnel, often referred to as the back deck crew, such as welders, technicians, engineers, and other personnel that are not actually involved in the navigation of the vessel. So what this means is all these specialized offshore wind farm installation and O&M personnel that will work on a US vessel must be US citizens. There are a few exceptions for consultants, but it's extremely limited to things like vendor reps and other very short-term visits. Realizing that there's going to be a great need in the future for US citizens capable of filling these roles, there are a number of efforts underway to ensure development of qualified US workforce. There's an Offshore Wind Jobs and Opportunities Act pending, which provides $25 million in grants to develop offshore wind training programs. Numerous states and even big industry players have also stepped forward to assist in development of training facilities. And Mass Maritime is aiming to be the first US institution to offer the GWO courses. Looking at crewing issues for foreign flag vessels doing work on the US OCS, there have been issues obtaining visas for these crew members that are bound for offshore wind farm vessels. We discussed earlier that the Coast Guard does not consider wind farm work to be an OCS activity under OXLA. And because of this, the Coast Guard will not issue crewing letters of exemption for vessels doing wind farm work. And those letters are required under the Foreign Affairs Manual to obtain a B1 OCS visa. Without them, crew member applications were being repeatedly rejected. Recently, however, I believe last fall, the Foreign Affairs Manual was changed to create a new visa annotation for wind farm workers. The proper visa is still a B1, but instead of that OCS annotation, it should be annotated with for transit or travel to the OCS for wind activities, not OCS activities. As this is still a fairly new change and it's not entirely understood by the embassies, many are still refusing to issue visas for offshore wind crew. We found that a strong explanatory support letter is critical to a successful visa application. Unfortunately, crew changes are even more challenging now with the COVID-19 related restrictions. Current presidential proclamations suspend the US entry of foreign nationals that have visited a host of countries in the previous 14 days. There is an express exemption for sea crew. However, the State Department shut down all routine visa operations worldwide. They did direct embassies to continue providing emergency appointments for urgent matters, which includes sea crew. However, we found that embassies have not been willing to grant emergency appointments for sea crew, potentially for standard crew visa, the C1D, but not for B1 visas, for OCS or for wind. So that's been a big challenge. We're continuing to work on this issue with the State Department and embassies, and we're hoping to find a path forward right now soon. Thank you, and I'm going to pass it off to Rachel.
Great, thanks so much, Dana. So continuing on the theme of immigration, as Dana said, certainly there have been major impacts to immigration applications and processes during the COVID-19 pandemic. So as Dana had noted, all of the US embassies and consulates are currently closed due to public health considerations. We don't have a specific timeline in terms of when the consulates will reopen, because again, it's driven by the public health concerns. Also, the Immigration Service in the United States does remain open, although they have suspended the premium or expedited processing. So some work visa applications, of course, require a filing with the Immigration Service, and that process can now take several months given the current suspension of premium processing. So the takeaway with the immigration aspect right now is that planning in advance is key. And so we're working with clients to be poised to action as quickly as possible once the consulates do reopen. So in terms of how this impacts offshore wind companies, we recommend really considering the strategy and structure of the immigration program. So when you're pitching a project, or if you've just discovered that you've won a project bid, we recommend reaching out to Immigration Counsel as early as possible in that process, because the immigration steps can take a few months. And so you never want immigration to be the impediment to kicking off a project. So again, immigration should be one of the very first considerations. Also, when we partner with clients on these types of matters, the goal is really to set up an immigration program. So rather than just looking at it on a case-by-case basis, strategically, we're trying to set it up on a programmatic basis so that offshore wind companies are poised to mobilize the foreign workforce as needed. So in order to be able to mobilize your workforce, there are a few visa strategies that we recommend. So one is called the L1 intra-company transfer visa, and then the second is the E2 treaty investor visa, and we'll go through both of those in detail. They actually partner together quite well and complement one another. So we'll go through those visas in more detail. So the L1 visa is for intra-company transfers. So that's for someone who has worked for a parent or subsidiary of the organization, or for an affiliate for at least 1 year of the past 3 years. And there has to be a related corporate entity in the United States. So typically the L1 visa applications are filed with the Immigration Service. However, it is possible to obtain a pre-approval of the corporate relationships within the organization. And that pre-approval, which is called a blanket approval, enables individuals to apply for L1 visa status directly at a U.S. consulate abroad, and that bypasses an individual filing with the Immigration Service. So as I was saying earlier, with the suspension of premium processing at the Immigration Service, that process can take many months. So it's a key advantage to have that blanket approval in place. So in order for an organization to qualify for a blanket application, the global organization must be engaged in commercial services. You must have a U.S. office that's been engaged in business for at least 1 year. There must be at least 3 affiliate companies globally. And then finally, the company must have U.S. sales of at least 25 million, a U.S. workforce of 1,000 employees, or at least 10 individual L1 petitions that have been approved in the last 12 months. So that corporate application is filed with the Immigration Service, and they may ask for more corporate documents. But once that corporate approval is in place, then again, your employees can apply and present L1 applications directly at the consulate. So it is really a fast track option in terms of securing work authorization for existing employees. There are 2 types of L1 visas. There's the L1A, which is for managers and executives. So that would be for someone who's managing professionals or managing other individuals within the organization, or managing a process. So if a person is overseeing a key initiative, even if she's not necessarily managing other professionals, that can be a path to the L1A classification. The second L1 designation is for individuals with specialized knowledge. So that's for someone who has an advanced or unique knowledge of the company's internal processes and procedures. So big picture, the government is looking to see what sets that person apart amongst his peers in terms of knowledge, and more broadly, what sets that person apart within the industry as a whole. So for both the L1A and the L1B classifications, technically 1 year of experience with the global organization is required. However, in practice, what we're seeing is that for the L1B specialized knowledge category, the Immigration Service is really looking to see that the person has at least 1.5 to 2 years of experience before transferring to the United States. Again, that's not regulatory, but in practice, that's the adjudication trend we're seeing by the immigration officers. So essentially, they're looking to see that there's been a period where the person was gaining specialized knowledge before she assumed the specialized knowledge role for at least 1 year. Okay. So the L1 visa can be for full-time work in the United States, or it can actually be for intermittent or part-time work. And strategically, sometimes companies will apply for the L1A visa for key executives who are still are stationed abroad, but need to travel to the US frequently to set up the project or for key business meetings. So again, strategically, sometimes the senior executives are the very first L1 applicants, just so they have that work visa in place. The intermittent aspects are used frequently, again, for individuals who maybe could travel as business visitors, but who maybe have been flagged, or again, are traveling frequently or spending a significant amount of time in the United States, such that the work visa is a more conservative option. In terms of the timing for the L1, typically the corporate filing to secure the blanket approval usually takes about 6 to 8 weeks when premium processing is available. It is possible that there's a request for evidence or audit, and that can delay the process by about 3 months. Once the L1 corporate approval, blanket approval is in place, then it does allow, again, companies to mobilize their workforce quite quickly, because the L1 blanket applications can be prepared and submitted to the consulate within a period of about 6 to 8 weeks. Again, all of this is forward-looking once the consulates reopen, but the L1 is a very good option for the mobilization of existing employees. So turning to the E2 visa, so the E2 is a treaty investor visa, so it's based on a treaty between the United States and various countries. So in order to qualify for the E2 visa, it requires that the ownership of the company is at least 50% by individuals of that country. So for example, if it's a British company, you need to show that at least 50% of the shares are owned by UK citizens. And then for individuals applying for the E2 visa, it's necessary to show that those individuals hold the same citizenship. So again, if it's a UK owned company, then it would be UK citizens who are applying for the E2 visa. For the E2, it does require an advanced company registration, somewhat similar to the L1. So it does require that a significant investment has already been made in the United States. So big picture, that means showing that that the company has leased office space, that the US company has been organized, that there's a US bank account that's been funded, that there's a business plan for the US operations, and that there are contracts with vendors, those types of steps to show that there have already been significant steps taken in order to set up the US organization. So all of those documents are submitted to the embassy for the E2 company registration. It's possible that the embassy can come back and ask for additional information, again, just to show the substantial nature of the investment in the US enterprise. So once the company registration is in place, then individuals can apply for E2 visas. So again, it parallels the L1 process, where the initial company registration or initial company approval, and then that initial company approval allows individuals to apply for the E2 visas. Again, similar to the L1, there are 2 types of E2 visas. There's the E2 for managers and executives. Again, that's for individuals who are managing other professionals or managing a function of the business. The second E2 type is for essential employees. So those are individuals who have specialized or unique knowledge. In terms of the timing, it usually takes about 2 to 3 months to secure the E2 company registration with the embassy or consulate. And then again, once that's in place, the E2 visa application usually takes about 6 to 8 weeks. So it is a pretty quick turnaround in terms of the preparation of the application, as well as the issuance of the visa. So in comparing the L1 and E2 visas, they do go hand in hand, well, because they can be utilized in different circumstances. So for the L1 visa, there's no citizenship requirement, but it does require at least 1 year of employment abroad. So that would be for any existing employee who needs to be transferred to the US to support a particular project. For the E2 visa, that does not require prior employment with the organization. So it could actually be used for a new hire. But of course, it does require that the individual citizenship matches the citizenship of the ultimate parent company. So strategically, many times companies will actually pursue both the corporate L1 blanket application and the E2 company registration, because then it enables the organization to mobilize a broad spectrum of foreign national workers. Okay. I wanted to close with just some analysis of the current immigration environment. As you may be aware, there's a pending executive order regarding immigration. That's expected to focus on green cards or permanent resident status, that has not yet been released. But even prior to the pending executive order under the Trump administration, there's been a keen focus on immigration. We've seen a dramatic increase in scrutiny across all types of immigrations, ranging from immigration service applications, State Department applications with the Department of Labor. So there's been an uptick in that scrutiny. And coupled with the scrutiny comes delays. So delays have become much more prevalent across the various immigration agencies. The requests for evidence, which are audits, are occurring in the majority of applications filed with the Immigration Service, and that can delay the application processing by about 2 to 3 months. There have also been some arbitrary denials of applications, and those are instances where, a few years ago, the applications would have been quite straightforward. So given these challenges that we're seeing with the Immigration Service, strategically it's advantageous to bypass the Immigration Service filings as much as possible. And so that's one of the benefits of both the E2 company registration as well as the L1 blanket application, is that once those company approvals are in place, it enables applicants to completely skip the Immigration Service filing and apply directly at the consulates abroad. We have seen some increases in scrutiny at the consulates. Here and there, it's not necessarily systematic, but it is something that we track quite closely, and we actually have consular practice groups stationed around the world, so they have their fingers to the pulse there in terms of the most recent trends, and we rely on them in terms of advising clients on those trends. There have also been some changes in terms of the information that the State Department requests. So under the Trump administration's extreme vetting initiative, the administration has encouraged the State Department to really do a deep dive into the background of the applicants, and that has included an expansion of the information that's requested, and is going even so far as requesting the social media account information. So what social media the person uses, and their usernames as well. So again, just doing a deep dive in terms of ensuring that the person does not pose a threat to the United States. So when you look at all of this holistically, the increased scrutiny at the Immigration Service, as well as the extreme vetting with the visa applications at the State State departments and consulates, it adds more time. So that I would say the bottom line, or the headline for you in terms of immigration, is just to allow as much time as possible. And again, really to be thinking about and analyzing the immigration program aspects at the very beginning of the project, just so the immigration piece can be squared away. And again, that the immigration applications are not a delay or an impediment to the application. Okay. So with that, I will turn it over to Rebecca, who will be discussing the employment law considerations. Rebecca?
Thank you, Rachel. Thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Rebecca McCloskey. I'm a lawyer with Jackson Lewis, which is a national law firm representing employers in all areas of workplace law. My primary practice is litigation. So I handle disputes between employers and employees that have arisen to the point where there's a complaint filed in court or in a federal or state or local agency. So this is the lens that I am viewing employment law in my effort to help you avoid legal pitfalls of dealing with employees in the US. Because certainly by the time things rise to me, there are issues that could have been avoided with just a general understanding of the legal landscape in the US in many cases. So I'm here to give you such an overview of US employment laws if you're establishing a US workforce. And my challenge, of course, is to give you a broad enough coverage to cover all bases, but be specific enough to be useful in 15 minutes. So let's dive right in. There's really two main principles to guide our discussion today. The first is there are multiple layers of employment laws in the US. You have federal, 50 state, many city laws all on top of each other. The second principle is that employment in this country is generally at will unless there's a specific contract with an individual employee or collective bargaining agreement with a group of employees. So it's at will, meaning anyone can be hired or fired at any time for any reason, but there's an enormous asterisk exception to that, which we'll talk about in a second. But first, so I mean, it's been very much front and center lately, the divide between federal and state governments as we're facing what to do to find our way out of this COVID-19 pandemic when those of us who are not essential can return to our actual offices, you know, and all the other issues that there's different approaches at the federal and state level. And so employment law, not really much different. I mean, it is oversimplified as we can get. The federal government gives like the floor and the baseline of minimum requirements for employees in this country. And then states can add their own regulations on top, as can cities and local governments. So, like, for example, the federal minimum wage is $7.25. That's all you have to pay anybody per hour in this country. However, in New York State, it's $11.20. And even more specifically, in New York City, it's $15 an hour. And in sunny Westchester, New Rochelle, where I'm sitting right now, it is $13 an hour. So it's very dependent on where you're setting up your shop to calculate how much is it going to cost you for your labor force as a bare minimum. And every state is different. So it makes sense to consult with somebody who's a local practitioner and has you know, practice in the states in which you're looking to do business. Secondly, our other guiding principle is that without a contract, employees are employed at will, and there's a big except. Now, the except is you can't make any employment decisions on the basis of a protected characteristic. Now, federal law defines protected characteristics in a few different statutes. The probably most famous is Title VII of the Civil Rights Act of 1964, which prohibits discrimination on the basis of race, color, religion, sex, and national origin. There's also a federal Equal Pay Act to add another layer in terms of gender equality, that you cannot pay people different pay rates for the same job based on skill, experience, and seniority if there's a differential based on gender. Another protected category is disability with the Americans with Disabilities Act. Another protected category is age over 40. That's a federal law. Another protected category is the Pregnancy Discrimination Act. So if your condition is pregnancy, that is another basis that you cannot make a decision on whether to hire somebody, fire somebody, or anything in between if you're going to promote them, give them a raise, etc. Another category under federal law is genetic information, the Genetic Information Non-Disclosure Act. You can't require this information. And if you have this information about employees, you cannot use it to base your decisions. A category that is a question mark is sexual orientation. The U.S. Supreme Court is scheduled to decide that sometime within the next year, whether that's a characteristic protected under Title VII. However, New York State and New York City have already made that decision for themselves. It is, in fact, a protected characteristic, sexual orientation. You can't base discrimination. You can't base employment decisions on that. Now, are you on any of these protected characteristics? Are you necessarily consciously making these decisions? No, not necessarily. And how does it shake out? It shakes out, but what you can prove at the end of the day was your actual reason for your employment decisions. So, as a piece of advice from a practitioner, when you make your decisions, please be able to articulate why you're choosing certain people for whatever action it is, and write it down and put it in a file and hold on to it just in case you need it. So another couple of characteristics that could vary by state. New York State also includes military status and marital status as protected categories. New York City even goes farther, your partnership status, your caregiver status, sexual and reproductive health decisions, and alienage or citizenship status. Maybe that's a little overlap with Rachel's presentation. The point being, again, these are things that are the exception to the rule of at-will employment. Now, certain protected characteristics, you even have to go farther and afford people reasonable accommodations to allow them to actually do the job, such as a disability, which may or may not be obvious when you are first dealing with someone, but if they let you know they're going to need an accommodation, you must engage in what we call the interactive process to decide if there is an accommodation you can afford them that will enable them to do the job. Abercrombie and Fitch, not that long ago, learned about religious accommodations. They had a teenager applying to work in a store who was wearing a hijab, and they did not hire her because that was inconsistent with their look policy. And ultimately, this did go to the Supreme Court, and it was decided that that would have been an accommodation of her religious practices they would have been required to make. So anyway, these are our two guiding principles in mind, the different layers of state and federal and local employment laws, and at-will employment. So let's look at the three stages of employment. You have decided to set up shop and do your business as a worthwhile exercise here. I hope that is the case. So now you need employees to do the work for you. Don't ask questions that will elicit any of the information we just talked about in terms of protected characteristics. And there's a couple other things that you do need to avoid asking about. One is salary history. At least in New York, and I'm sure many other states as well, it's prohibited to ask an applicant about their salary history. And the reason is the historical differences in pay between men and women, such that if you ask people what they've been paid before and then just pay them accordingly, you're just perpetuating historical wage differentials. and that's a violation of the Federal Equal Pay Act and also New York labor law, and I'm sure many other states as well. So just don't ask salary history. If a prospective employee volunteers it, there's nothing you can do, but you can't ask it. Criminal background, criminal history, that's another complete no-no in many states, including New York. Purpose there is to encourage people to return to the workforce with, reasonable employment opportunities, as long as it's not inconsistent with whatever they've done in the past. Give people another chance. So after you've made a conditional offer of employment in New York, then you can conduct a background check. And if it turns up a prior conviction, there's an entire balancing 7-factor test you will go through. New York State Corrections Law 23A. You'll look at things like how long ago was the conviction, what type of subject matter was the conviction. For instance, if someone's applying to be the CFO and you've discovered now they have an embezzlement conviction before, that would be very close subject matter, which would give you a good justification not to hire them. Yet, if somebody's applying for a completely different type of job, the school teacher, embezzlement probably would not be a problem. If they had some other kind of convictions relating to children, that probably would be. So that's the kind of balance that, you can engage in after you find out someone's criminal history. And again, this is just a random little aside to put a general awareness of some of the things that are out there state by state. And, it's really worthwhile to consult with counsel just to give yourself a little bit of parameters in your locality. So anyway, you've decided that you're going to hire these 20 people. This is wonderful. Now you proceed to active employment. And how are you going to define your employment relationship? So it may be in a contract, it may be in a one-on-one individual employment contract, or it could be with a unionized workforce. I don't know necessarily the statistics in the rest of the world, but in this country, only 10% of the workforce is unionized. I do think that the type of skilled labor you may be looking for is likely to be unionized, and in which case you'll have to negotiate a collective bargaining agreement with whatever union they're affiliated with to hire that skilled labor. Unless, of course, there's already a project labor agreement in place and somebody submitted a question ahead of time, which I appreciate saying, is that the type of thing that is taking place on these types of projects? I don't know the answer to that, but certainly before you are going to hire your workforce, that's something you should look into. And that will dictate then the pay rates, the hours, the benefits, union contributions, all of the things that would set the parameters of your employment. But if there is no such project labor agreement, you can negotiate a collective bargaining agreement, in which case any grievances that arise will be subject to arbitration instead of in the courts. Arbitration is private, faster, cheaper, generally, is a good option for a lot of employers in a lot of situations. This would end up in the National Labor Relations Board rather than in the court system if it progresses to that level. Another consideration in terms of pay rate is on federal and state projects, there's required prevailing wage rates that are issued by the Federal Department of Labor and also the various state Department of Labor on, whatever type of work it is. There's classifications and they set the bare minimum and they're issued year after year on what are the minimum pay rates for skilled labor. So that's something to look into. Let's set aside a collective bargaining agreement. You'd also potentially have an individual employment contract, usually with higher level people. And that would be a place where you could set forth things such as a sign-on bonus, a discretionary bonus, any equity award you might want to give. You'd have obligations that they'd have to agree to if you'd like, such as confidentiality, non-compete and non-solicitation. So those are restrictive covenants that generally are disfavored in the US, and they must be very narrowly tailored, again, depending on state law. So a lot of this, it goes back to this principle is you just need to really drill down on where you are. And you can, again, put into your employment contract something like an arbitration provision. So you'd end up in front of an arbitrator for any disputes instead of in court. these are some things to look at in an individual employment contract. So for everybody else who does not have a union collective bargaining agreement or an individual employment contract, you are in the at-will realm of employment. There's actually pretty minimal requirements. Federal and state pay and leave requirements are the things that are really the main issues. So again, minimum wage, there's federal levels, there's state levels, there's even local levels of what you have to pay per hour under the Federal Fair Labor Standards Act and New York labor law. For instance, again, my New York practitioner hat. You have to give meal breaks every 8 hours for, a specific amount of time. There's a spread of hours requirement where if your start and end time are more than 10 hours apart, you have to pay someone an extra hour of work time. And per week, someone who works more than 40 hours, every additional hour is paid a time and a half. So say that you're paying somebody $20 an hour, and then for hour 41, they get $30 for that hour. So that's overtime in a nutshell. However, not everybody necessarily will be paid hourly. Some people might be paid a salary, weekly or monthly. And there are very specific exemptions of people who are allowed to be paid a salary instead of hourly, such as executive, administrative, professional, outside sales. And there's a very minimum wage that's much higher per week of $684 per week. Sorry, I'm running out of time here. I hate to be, let's see. You have to allow for unpaid time off for medical leave under Federal Medical Leave Act and Family Medical Leave Act, the federal law. And then different states might have paid family leave, such as New York State. You can also have paid sick time, New York City. Again, this is just going to vary depending on where California is a whole other ball of wax as well. So you definitely need local counsel there as well. All the rest of your employment policies, you should have them in writing in some kind of handbook setting forth all of your vacation time, your sick pay, is it going to pay out at termination, all the other leave and benefits that you're going to offer. State specific marijuana laws, for instance, or something to look at, because you may have an alcohol and drug policy that would conflict with the new state laws in that front. And in order to make sure that people understand and are bound by these policies, their code of conduct, for instance, that would cover sleeping on the job, insubordination, profanity, all of the things that you would like your workforce to follow. You have to have training. You don't have to. Highly recommended to have training and have people sign in that they have received it, because when in doubt, when they say, I never heard of such a thing, you have this in writing with a date and a signature, etc. And then finally, termination. Again, don't let it be based on any protected characteristics. Set forth all of the reasons that are business reasons. And if there is a group layoff, there is both state and federal laws covering worker adjustment and retraining notice, which would apply to a group layoff, either 25 or 50, depending on state or federal, employees laid off at a time, and if it's a layoff that's spanning more than 6 months. And that is something you definitely want to have your attorneys draft for you, the notice that has very specific requirements if it's a group layoff. My last little tidbit is look at your website, the Americans with Disabilities Act. There's a ton of website cases lately that the website is not accessible to people with visual disabilities, using like screen reader technology. These are the types of lawsuits that are so easy to avoid, but are such a pain in the neck to just have to deal with. So that's just a little random tidbit when you set up shop here, and we hope that you do. And so thank you very much. Now over to Brandon for the Q&A.
Thanks very much, Rebecca, and to our other panelists, Dana, and to our moderator, Rachel Beardsley. Just a quick note for our viewers, there were no slides for this panel. It was just a discussion. We will now be taking questions from the audience. If you do have some questions for our panelists, please go ahead and click the green Ask Question button, which is located on the right-hand side of your screen. Type the question in, then go ahead and hit submit. Rebecca, I'm going to go right back to you because I came up with this question as you were discussing the Abercrombie and Fitch situation. Going back to your hijab example, imagine that you have a client, an employer who comes to you to ask for your advice. They have safety concerns about employees who want to wear religious headgear while they're working on offshore vessels in federal waters. What do you tell them?
That is a very case specific example. It's a great example and a great consideration. I mean, that is something we've come across, like in food service, for instance. You know, if you're wearing a piece of jewelry that has religious symbolism, et cetera, but otherwise there's a no jewelry rule. You need to look specifically at the legal requirements by OSHA or whoever else is regulating the protective headgear that you would be wearing. And is there a way in which you can accommodate both? Is there a way that it can be tied up in whatever it is? But you do need to engage in this interactive process about, is there any way that we can accommodate, you know, your religious expression without interfering with other important legal issues? And it's going to be case by case and a very specific analysis on the reasonableness and the options that you have.
Great, thank you. So Dana, what is the rationale for the U.S. Coast Guard not recognizing offshore wind associated activities as OCS activities?
They, as I mentioned, OXLA refers to structures on the OCS that are there for the exploration, development, and production of minerals from the seabed. Wind is above the ocean. Therefore, Coast Guard has taken the position that it is not a type of activity that is regulated by OXLA.
Okay. Can you give us an example of a lift or movement that is permitted by a non-U.S. vessel constructing or installing in U.S. waters?
In U.S. waters or?
Federal waters.
In federal. Okay. On the OCS, under the new interpretation, pretty much all lifts can be done by foreign flag vessels. The movement allowed is fairly minimal. So if we take an offshore wind farm as an example, you couldn't say take a feeder vessel, load multiple monopiles onto the feeder vessel from a U.S. port, and then have the lift vessel take them all off and go around the entire field installing them. That wouldn't be allowed. There's too much movement. They could have the feeder vessel sitting there, take one monopile, make some minimal movement for safety reasons, and install it. All of that can be done. You just can't take them all at one time and travel around purposefully. Any movement has to be due to safety.
And that recently changed due to the Customs and Border Protection's revocation of the COF rulings, just for the people who might have just joined us. Okay, thank you. Okay, Rachel, we know that obviously every situation varies, and I know that immigration law is fairly fact sensitive, as you referenced, but generally to our viewers at home, when should offshore wind companies begin exploring visa opportunities other than as early as possible?
So the current situation aside, typically we recommend about 6 months before the start date of the project, and that's early, but since we've seen so many changes and so many delays in the government's processes, we're recommending about 6 months before day one of the project, just so we're budgeting extra time. You know, from our perspective, we really are trying to avoid situations where the issuance of the visa is holding up someone's transfer to the United States and work on the project.
This is sort of a question for both Rebecca and Dana. Does the Jones Act have any key employment-related implications?
I'll go first, I guess. The Jones Act restricts, technically the Jones Act doesn't have any specific citizenship requirements. It does require that it be done by a U.S. vessel. And all U.S. vessels, whether or not Jones Act qualified, not all are, have to use U.S. crew, and that's where the citizenship requirements come from.
Great, Rebecca, did you have any comment on that?
I don't have anything to add to that. No.
Okay, back to Rachel then. You mentioned a pending executive order and a keen focus on immigration scrutiny that includes extreme vetting. Other than starting as early as possible, which you talked about, about a 6-month time frame, what key restrictions on foreign workers do offshore wind developers that walk away from this presentation need to know about?
So the focus is on the activities that the person will perform, and secondarily on the person's background. background. So with the visa application itself, whether it's the L1 visa, the E2, or some other type of visa category, the government officer is reviewing that position and that job description to ensure that it's a professional role that is managerial or specialized, a specialized knowledge role, and also looking at the person's professional qualifications, seeing if that person has the degree, if he or she has the year of experience for the L1. So that's the vetting level for the application itself. For the visa stamp application, that's where the government and the State Department more specifically are vetting the individual's background. So there's a very lengthy application form where the person must disclose if she's ever been arrested, what countries she's traveled to. There are new questions asking for the names of family members. So we're seeing more scrutiny of individuals, mainly in Arab countries in terms of that second level of vetting. But certainly in the offshore wind industry, you could actually see extensive, or what they call administrative processing, for individuals with certain types of science background. So let's say that the person had a nuclear engineering degree. That could be a red flag where it results in longer processing time of the visa application.
Great, thanks very much. Rebecca, I have a question for you. In a hypothetical situation where perhaps a vessel leaves one state and returns to another state and does work on an offshore platform in the interim, which state's employment laws apply? One, the other, both?
I think it applies to the location of the business, your home, location of your business, and where your office is, and where it is that you report to, where it is that you, leave your bag and put it on your gear, and whatever it is that you do, that's the employment law that would apply.
That's great advice, because many, companies have multiple locations of operation. Dana, do you have any insight into the status of manufacturing or commissioning of Jones Act compliant vessels that could be used for offshore wind construction and installation?
There are some of the smaller support boats that are being built right now. I know of a few companies discussing building some of the larger feeder vessels and barges, but nothing under contract that I know of yet that I can share.
Yeah, I think we're all waiting for that piece of news, certainly. So that was a tough question. So we have a number of specific hypotheticals being proposed. So I'm going to try to find one. This is another question for Dana. Can rocks used for scour protection around foundations for installations in federal waters be dropped from or by non-Jones Act qualified vessels?
As long as they're not loaded at a U.S. point. So rocks or even dredged material, valueless material, is all considered merchandise. So if you pick up those rocks at a U.S. point, say somewhere in the territorial sea, and you're going to drop them at a wind farm structure that would be considered a U.S. point, then yes, that would be a Jones Act movement.
Wonderful, thank you. And I know that all of those ruling letters are very fact sensitive, and they ask CBP to do specific movements. So very hard. We have an infinite number of questions we can ask you in that regard, but we have to leave it there for now. Rachel, as our moderator, would you please take us out?
Yeah, so we just wanted to thank everyone for the opportunity to present to you today. Hope you found these legal considerations enlightening, and hope to be in contact with you again in the near future. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks for joining us. Once again, I'd like to thank Rachel, Rebecca, and Dana for sharing their legal insights regarding these complex regulatory frameworks that are very integral to the future success of the U.S. offshore wind industry. And thanks to all of you for tuning in and joining us at home. We'll be back at 12:45 p.m. Eastern, and our closing workshop will be State of the State, New Jersey Offshore Wind Update. We'll be right back.
You can.
Welcome back, everyone. And to those of you who are joining us for the first time today, thanks for logging in. Just a quick reminder that IPF Virtual is being recorded. A link to the recording and presentation slides will be sent to the email address that you used to register. If you have any questions for the panelists, please go ahead and click the green Ask Question button, which is located on the right-hand side of your screen. Type your question in and then hit Submit. If you're experiencing buffering issues or freezes with your feed, we ask that you please refresh the page. The network would like to thank our IPF sponsors, specifically our 2020 host, the state of Rhode Island, and our IPF Virtual partner, the law firm of Womble Bond Dickinson. I'd like to introduce our final panel of IPF Virtual called State of the State New Jersey Offshore Wind Update. Our two panelists will be delivering an update about some of the existing and future offshore wind developments that are going on in my home state of New Jersey. Please join me in welcoming our panelists, Jane Cohen, who's Senior Policy Advisor in the Office of Governor Phil Murphy, and Brian Sabina, the Senior Vice President of Economic Transformation at the New Jersey Economic Development Authority. Jane, please take it away.
Thanks, Brandon. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining us today. We hope that everybody is staying safe and sane during these very challenging times. And we thank you for taking the time now to join us virtually for an update on the state of offshore wind in New Jersey. And also as we launch an exciting new endeavor that will help us move offshore wind forward in New Jersey. Slide, Brian. Thank you. So as I said, we're going to be talking about offshore wind in New Jersey, kind of giving an update, and then talking about the launch of the Wind Institute, which is an exciting endeavor that we're excited to talk about more. Offshore wind in New Jersey is a key priority for the governor. We're really well positioned in New Jersey to move our leadership forward. We have very strong political commitment from the governor on down. We have financial support that really underscores that political commitment. We have a terrific geographic location, proximity to some of the best lease areas. We are in the heart of the Mid-Atlantic region with great access up and down the East Coast. We have a great talent network in both our organized labor and also our academic institutions and research institutions. We're also the birthplace of Bruce Springsteen. We have the pork roll. So New Jersey, #1 on many issues. Offshore wind is a really key flagship issue for Governor Murphy. It combines two of his key priorities, his clean energy agenda and his economic agenda. The governor was the first governor to campaign on 100% clean energy. He's been called the greenest governor in America. And offshore wind is a really key piece of his clean energy plans. It's also a key piece of his economic development agenda. He does all of his economic planning through the lens of a stronger and fairer New Jersey. And he sees offshore wind as a great opportunity to really grow the economy and create new really good jobs in the state. And I think kind of more than ever right now in the context of COVID, we're really seeing the relevance of these two kind of policy priorities. Just right before our eyes, kind of this interplay between air pollution, economic development, and public health is really playing out and underscores the need to have clean energy policies that also have impact on economic development. So the governor has his plan for 100% clean energy, which in January, we released our Energy Master Plan, which is really the visionary document and the roadmap to show how we're getting there. Obviously, offshore wind is a really key piece of that. There's a number of other kinds of targets and priorities, both in the Energy Master Plan and also in the Clean Energy Act around clean energy, including 330,000 electric vehicles on the road. By 2025, we have targets around energy efficiency, solar, storage. So we're really looking at a whole package of clean energy in New Jersey. And we've really put the kind of dollars behind that. We've had over $7 million of investment, public and private, in solar in just 2018. On Friday, just this past Friday, we released our strategic funding plan for our re-entry into the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative. We are putting $80 million towards electrification of transportation primarily. We're also standing up a green bank for innovative funding and clean energy. So we're really showing our commitment to this. And just today, we put out another almost $45 million in clean energy money to support transportation electrification. So you can kind of see on this chart here, on these graphs, our energy mix. So right now, you can see that we're almost completely nuclear and fossil. But to get to 2050, we have almost a quarter of our energy mix will be from offshore wind. And when you add that with wind from out of state, we're at almost 40%. So and investments in wind is really crucial for New Jersey. And the commitment to this is obviously through our 7,500 megawatts pipeline of offshore wind. We've taken our first step towards that in awarding the first 1,100 megawatts of that. And we look forward to continuing to award these solicitations, these awards over the next number of years. The Clean Energy Act also includes offshore wind tax credit and also job training commitments. So kind of across all of our different state agencies, offshore wind is really very highly prioritized. Just last month, we put out our solicitation schedule to get to our 7,500 megawatts of offshore wind. You can see here that the solicitations come out every 2 years. And we have approximately 9 months between when the solicitation comes out and when the award is announced. We did this in a very kind of regular, predictable way as a response to what we heard from developers and from folks in the industry, that it was really key to have this kind of steady drumbeat of solicitations in order to make the kinds of investments in New Jersey that are needed to move the industry forward.
Jane, if I could pick up a little bit on what you're saying there around our solicitation schedule. Clearly, yeah, as you just mentioned, this sort of consistent heartbeat of procurements is really important as we look to develop our supply chain. I think as you look at our history of our solicitations, not just compared to other states, but kind of globally, we've made it clear that our Board of Public Utilities and the state more broadly is certainly solving for an overall package of value for the state. And that includes both the environmental impact, it includes, of course, a great price for our ratepayers. It also includes localization and driving the economic development side of this. And we've seen some great commitments already through our first solicitation. I don't want to speak on behalf of our Board of Public Utilities, but we clearly are continuing to be a state that is focused on the long-term economic impacts of offshore wind and making sure that we have a cohesive strategy around solicitations that supports this. And from an economic development side, we couldn't be more happy that our Board of Public Utilities and the Governor's Office has put out such a clear and transparent schedule here. I have the privilege of talking to all sorts of OEMs and developers and supply chain companies on a daily basis, and this is a sort of a commitment that folks are looking for in order to start to bring jobs and investment here in New Jersey. We know that shift to bringing jobs and investments to the U.S. and to the states that are procuring large amounts of power is not always an easy decision. We are in many ways a developing market when it comes to offshore wind. So we are, at least at the NJDA, and I'd say with full support of the Governor's Office, building a suite of tools that will allow us to really support companies as they start to make their shift into New Jersey. It started at this event almost a year ago at IPF last year when Governor Murphy announced the launch of our supply chain registry in partnership with the Business Network for Offshore Wind. Really, it was meant to be, or is meant to be, a online forum that allows companies in New Jersey to raise their hand and say, hey, I want to get involved in the offshore wind industry. That's meant to help both developers and OEMs and other suppliers who are looking for partners in the States, as well as smaller tier companies who are looking to come over and partner with New Jersey-based companies. We've seen great success. I think we're over 500 companies who are registered in that supply chain registry. About 5 months ago, we also announced that we're developing a supply chain technical assistance program. So there are lots of New Jersey companies who have adjacent skills to offshore wind, but they may not be currently supplying into the offshore wind market right now. And we've looked across the globe to try to find programs that will help those companies who are in New Jersey transition and really become valuable parts of the supply chain. We were really impressed with some programs that the Catapult in the UK was running called Fit for Offshore Energy. And we've used that as a model to build out the supply chain technical assistance program that really will take in cohorts of small businesses, work with them to build up their capabilities, help them make the right decisions around investing in their supply chains and their capabilities and certification so that they can sell into the supply chain. I'm privileged to lead a team of dedicated folks focused on offshore wind who are working with folks who are companies coming from Europe, companies from coming across the US, as well as New Jersey-based companies who are looking to investigate New Jersey and cite investment dollars or just kind of participate in projects here in the state. So we're happy to continue to work with you. Of course, some of the most powerful investments are some of the ones that require the largest capital commitments. Large OEM investments help driving the cluster of activity that we're looking for as we look to develop the supply chain. Offshore wind, I think we realize it is we've made incredible progress over the last 2 years of de-risking the overall sector, but we have a way to go. We've built this $100 million offshore wind tax credit in partnership with our legislature, the governor, to really help de-risk major supply chain investments. So if you're a company that's coming in and creating 250, 300 jobs and making significant capital investment, we'll actually match that capital investment on a dollar for dollar basis up to, I think we're pulling around $100 million. So we're building a suite of tools really that will help both larger companies as well as smaller companies enter into our marketplace. We really think this is part of a cohesive approach in addition to our procurement to help drive our supply chain. Of course, procurement and supply chain is kind of one half of it. The other major aspect of helping to accelerate localization that we're looking at is, of course, infrastructure, especially ports infrastructure. In this space, New Jersey really does feel like we're starting from a strong place. For those who are kind of in the smaller side, who are looking to transition from Europe or from elsewhere in the U.S., New Jersey has the largest and most advanced port, certainly by value and by technology on the East Coast, if not in the country. That really does make setting your first office or operation in New Jersey globally seamless. In addition to that, we've already made significant investments in offshore wind specific infrastructure. So we've invested over $170 million in the Port of Paulsboro, which a number of you will have seen is targeted at offshore wind, secondary steel and heavy steel manufacturing. And we continue to work with a number of partners in the supply chain, including Ørsted with the Ocean Wind Project, looking at that investment in what's happening at Paulsboro. In addition to that, we happen to have a number of sites without bridge constraints, which are exciting for a number of reasons, especially if you believe the industry is moving to a more of a European style installation methodology. We think that we can be very competitive in that space. We've been working with their Board of Public Utilities to assess around 40 different sites across the state to try to understand which port sites that we have today could be used for O&M, which could be used for manufacturing, which could be used for potential transformative port investment for the marshaling and load out scopes of work. So all of that is really to say we have a coordinated and aggressive approach around ports that we're pushing forward in conjunction with our supply chain and our procurement strategies. Of course, all of this is being driven, Jay mentioned kind of 3 or 4 different buckets that we think about our value proposition. A lot of it's around the ecosystem, which we talked about. It's hard to also get away from just the natural location of New Jersey in the heart of the offshore wind belt on the US East Coast. In addition to driving, having reasonable labor rates, the right type of talent, shorter steaming distances to projects means more cost-efficient installation, more cost-efficient installation of those projects. We also, if you're a company that's outside of New Jersey and thinking about connectivity, whether that's on the East Coast today, from Boston is a 4-hour train ride down to DC is a 3-hour train ride. That connectivity on the East Coast, 20 minutes from my house to the World Trade Center in New York City, that access is unparalleled on the East Coast. Not to mention, we're part of the busiest airport network in the world right now, between New York and New Jersey and our Port Authority. We have more direct stop, nonstop flights into Germany and Denmark and the UK, other places where the offshore wind industry is already booming than a lot of our peer states. So we think this is, from being at the center of the US East Coast, as well as global accessibility and regional accessibility, we have really a strong value proposition there. One of the things I think we want to talk a little bit more about is our talent, and Jane alluded to the fact that one of the things we're announcing today is the launch of our Wind Institute and kind of the plan to do that. We'll talk a little bit about Wind Institute and what it focuses on, but workforce is one of the topics that, if I kind of foreshadow a little bit, that the Wind Institute will focus on. We love to ground that conversation in the reality of what New Jersey already has in terms of our workforce. So we have 4.5 million people who are in our workforce today. We're the densest state in the country in terms of workers per square mile. And we really do have a pretty robust set of workers that can support across the whole project value chain. So whether that is the highest density of scientific and engineering professionals of anywhere in the world, which Northern New Jersey boasts, to a pool of really highly skilled trades and technicians that we have across the state through our union partners. We really are able to really support everything from initial project design and financing through long-term operations and maintenance for offshore wind site. We've been specifically paying attention to our middle skill challenge, like many of the other states in the U.S. There's been a lot of talk about the offshore wind industry, along with a number of industries that will lead to really high quality middle class jobs, require maybe not a 4-year degree, but a lot of those jobs require some degree of skills, whether it's associate's degree, maybe it's an apprenticeship. We've made unprecedented, as an administration, investments in this middle skill area. Two big interventions. One, we have 18,000 students now going to community college for free than we did 2 years ago. This is really an investment in making sure that our students have the right level of education to really enter into these middle skill opportunities. The other thing we've done is dramatically increase the level of apprenticeships and apprentices in our state. We've increased apprenticeships by about 200% and apprentices by about 60% in the last 2 years. So that is a massive jump in terms of our commitment to our middle skill workforce. When we kind of dive down into that a little bit around what does the offshore wind industry need, we feel, again, like we're starting from a position of strength. 22% of our graduates are already in STEM disciplines, one of the highest percentages in the country. We have the 4th highest share, as I just said, of STEM graduates in the country, outsurpassing a lot of our East Coast peers. I already mentioned kind of the technical depth. So as you start to look at the top end of that spectrum for companies who are looking to do the project development, engineering, financing aspects of the work within the offshore wind industry, New Jersey has an incredibly strong talent base there. Now, part of the issue is a lot of these folks already have phenomenal jobs, and we have a robust set of industries that are driving this type of labor pool here. So offshore wind is going to clearly have to compete in this area, which is something we're going to be thinking about with the Wind Institute. When we start looking at kind of that middle skills gap, we also feel like we have a very strong value proposition. We've done some analysis where we've looked at what are the skills that are required to do a lot of the different jobs that our developer partners and our OEM partners and our other service provider partners have indicated within the offshore wind industry. And we've mapped that against what are the skills that New Jersey workers have today. And we're pretty confident that around 90,000 of our workers today already have wind adjacent skills. So while we need to make a transition, we need to think purposefully about that. Again, we have a talent base across the spectrum of workforce that we feel pretty excited about to help fuel our offshore wind supply chain and localization strategies. With that, I think I've set the table a little bit for you, Jane, on what we're doing on kind of what the current state is on workforce. Maybe I'll pitch it back to you to talk a little bit about the Wind Institute and how we think the Wind Institute can really layer into that.
Thanks, Brian. So obviously in New Jersey, we have just huge resources and huge potential and opportunity. So last August, Governor Murphy released an executive order creating the Wind Council, and the Wind Council was tasked with really taking a hard look at all these different resources and opportunities and thinking through what kind of structure could be put around all of these resources in order to ensure kind of the best coordination and collaboration across a number of different groups. So kind of primarily looking at, how can we ensure kind of coordination around workforce training and development, and around kind of research, R&D, and kind of innovation. And it's really important that on both of these pieces that there's kind of communication across kind of all stakeholders, including industry, academia, state agencies. So it's really a coordinating mechanism to ensure the kind of the most effective use possible of our resources. So just today, the Wind Council is delivering the recommendations to the governor on sort of what the Wind Institute should look like. So just a few of these kind of high level recommendations that I'll highlight. It's recommended that the Wind Council is an independent authority with a corollary nonprofit. And so this corollary nonprofit will allow the Institute to receive funds not just from state and federal agencies, but also from philanthropy, from industry, and others. As I mentioned, one of the kind of key pieces of this is really to engage and coordinate with all the stakeholders across the wind industry in New Jersey. And Brian will talk about that a little bit more. And kind of the third big recommendation is that down the line, the Wind Institute should have its own physical presence and its dedicated staff to drive its efforts. Obviously, offshore wind is a huge, complex industry, and it's going to be important that we have the right staff to understand how to kind of drive the objectives of the Institute forward. So the Wind Council worked hard on really trying to understand kind of the state of a number of different issues around offshore wind in New Jersey. There was a lot of engagement with stakeholder groups, developers, OEM, supply chain companies, but also organized labor, universities, community colleges. We really wanted to understand more fully kind of what the scope of all of these resources are in New Jersey. We did a gap analysis of workforce assets in New Jersey, which we then kind of ran against conversations with developers on their anticipated needs, on skills, credentials, and what they see as their demand. We did a number of roundtables with academia to really understand what kind of research is already going on in New Jersey. And I can say a number of us were really pleasantly surprised to learn just how much R&D there really is in the state already on wind or wind adjacent topics. So it was really kind of through this really robust engagement that we were able to form our recommendations and our next steps.
So really, as we kind of have talked about it, we started by looking at the Wind Institute as potentially kind of a one-stop shop. As we went and engage all of the different stakeholders, supply chain companies who are already in New Jersey, supply chain companies that are considering it, developers, really kind of two major topics kind of rose to the top. One is acting as a centralized hub for offshore wind workforce development. And we know that there are a number of other states who are kind of thinking about similar things, but there's so much excitement from our community colleges, from our VOTECs, from our comprehensive schools, from our academic universities, who all wanted to say, you know, we want to get involved in this. We want to be working on wind. Who do we talk to? On the other side, there were a number of developers and a number of supply chain partners who said, look, we need the workforce. We know that this is incredibly important. We understand New Jersey's commitment and mandate to localize and to utilize New Jerseyans as part of this process, but there's just so many players to engage with, and kind of organizing that and kind of coordinating that is pretty important. The other chunk that we talked a lot about is clearly research and design is anchored in Western Europe, whether that's Germany or Denmark or a few other places for the offshore wind industry. But there are a lot of companies who are going to be dealing with New Jersey or US specific innovation problems. There are going to be a lot of kind of the next generation of opportunities around innovation and really finding ways where we can start to tap the potential of the New Jersey-based academic institutions and small companies and supply chain base that's existing, as well as the broader existing expertise in the US is really important. And being clear-eyed that it's not going to be everything at once, but if you think about where does automotive innovation happen across the whole world, it's not just in one place, right? There may be places that specialize in certain parts of innovation and research and design, but there's certainly room in a growing industry like offshore wind. We expect to have so much capital spend in the next 20 years that we need to be thinking creatively about how do we start to position ourselves to be part of that fabric of regions and institutions that are working on innovation. A little bit kind of more about what do we mean by kind of centralized hub for offshore wind and workforce development. First and foremost, it starts with regularly kind of engaging with industry, and we've already started this, basically creating a real-time demand profile for, given the projects we know are coming, given what we're seeing in terms of company launching offices in the state, what do we think are the industry's kind of real anticipated hiring needs, and then how do we start to build the right set of programs to help support those needs in a way that is on time and it provides the right set of skills. So we don't want to be too far ahead of it. We don't want to be kind of too far behind it. And we want to make sure that the folks that are needed have the skills that they need to have successful careers. One of the other chunks that we learned, we talked a lot about this around our kind of middle skills approaches. We see this organization as a way to catalyze efforts around certain certification programs, on the job training opportunities. And when we really dove into that part of the workforce development sphere, some non-obvious problems jumped out. So creating pipelines of qualified instructors is just as important as actually setting up a certification program. Providing some seed funding to help our universities partner with unions or partner with private sector providers or community colleges to create some of these programs is pretty important. In addition, we like to think a lot about pathways. There are ways to get into the offshore wind industry that you can do after high school with an apprenticeship. There are ways that you can get into the offshore wind industry after an associate's degree. There are ways that you can get into it after doing a 4-year engineering degree or some other degree. There are ways that you can come in as a well-credentialed professional. Knowing those on-ramps and exit ramps into the industry helps our New Jerseyans and our students really make informed decisions about what sorts of investments they need to be making so that they can get a high-quality job. Again, our goal is not to have a whole bunch of folks with advanced offshore wind degrees. Our goal is to have folks getting into middle class, high quality careers, as well as making sure that our employers have access to the employees they need to make the investments that they want to make in New Jersey. Of course, when we talk about workforce development, there's going to be some need for building some new facilities. We're starting from a great base between our union partners, our community colleges, and our academic institutions, but clearly offshore wind is a different industry that will require some more specialized facilities. We expect that the Wind Institute will help play a funding role for those facilities and filling gaps as needed. And then finally, this part around, if you do all of that, there's still this degree of brokering the many-to-many relationships. So kind of a number of different supply chain companies and looking for a number of different talent providers. And we think the Wind Institute can play a really strong role in helping to provide that white glove service for this industry. On the research and innovation side, again, as we dug deeper into this, really our focus is not to just try to recreate the R&D programs that are already going on in the Denmark or Germany or elsewhere in Western Europe right away. I think it is really for us to identify with industry what are a set of platform-based issues or technical challenges that we see as an industry coming up, especially in the US context, but really kind of in the global context, and how do we start to attack those? So if you were to think about cybersecurity as it relates to offshore wind, or the interaction of drones or unmanned aerial vehicles tied into offshore wind, or it was some other sort of design challenge relative to reducing long-term costs of operations. All of those are opportunities that we think that our academic institutions and our small companies and just our supply chain can add value to, even though it's not kind of core R&D. And that's really the place that we want to start. We're looking to partner with our OEMs and developers to help identify some of those challenges and hope this year to launch one of our first industry challenges or prizes to help scope a real and manageable design challenge that is relevant for the industry as we're developing now. The last chunk I will say is on that is, clearly there are other groups that are out there working in this space. There's a kind of national research consortium. We see the Wind Institute as a platform for New Jersey to really engage more in some of those regional efforts. The last thing we heard is, gosh, there are some really big challenges that we as an industry are going to face and that we need to deal with head on in order to make sure that we are achieving the potential that we all think is possible. And whether that is building a regional approach to transmission, or thinking about our ports infrastructure, or it is thinking about how do we work more effectively with our fisheries industry over time. There's a set of these challenges that are really about thought leadership. And we believe that the Wind Institute can partner with other states and with other institutions to help play either funding or really a thought leadership role in this space to help accelerate growth of the industry in New Jersey and in the region. So that's it. The Wind Institute, that's the kind of the overall view of it. In terms of what we're going to get up to right away, because as many of you have told us, the wind industry is happening right now. Jane, maybe you want to cover a little bit of what we're up to right now and kind of what we see in the immediate future?
Sure. And, just kind of underscore what Brian said, offshore wind is moving forward in the US and on the East Coast here in New Jersey as well. And even though right now, with these kind of crazy times that we're in, a lot is sort of stalled out at the moment. We're really pleased that offshore wind is moving forward, and we're moving it forward in New Jersey. And so, we recognize that, it's going to take a little while to really stand up the Wind Institute as we have it envisioned. And, while we're standing it up, we have a few kind of items for 2020 that we're really excited to move ahead with. As Brian just referenced, we are planning on launching an industry-sponsored innovation challenge to really kind of tackle, a specific kind of manageable kind of design issue. to engage our, our research institutions and, our innovation industry on, something that can be done here in New Jersey. We're also going to be seeking proposals to coordinate the Global Wind Organization Safety Certification Program. Obviously, that's a really key piece of workforce development in the United States. So we will be working on trying to get that up and running in New Jersey, as soon as we can. We have a number of kind of other initiatives that we're looking to do in 2020. We want to have a workforce development working group to really start implementing some of the solutions for workforce development. And we want to, identify a possible location for the Wind Institute. And with that, we're going to be looking into hiring some initial staff. So we have a busy year ahead. And, we're very excited about where we are as a state in offshore wind. We've had great collaboration across all of our state agencies who are working on this. We have, obviously EDA, which Brian is representing, our Economic Development Authority, but also, of course, our Board of Public Utilities is playing a very important role. Our Department of Environmental Protection is playing, a key role in terms of, permitting and kind of environmental assessments. We are working very closely with our Department of Labor on all of the workforce development pieces, and of course with our higher education agency. So we are really, this is really a state, full state effort led by the governor, who feels very passionately about seeing offshore wind flourish in New Jersey, and we're excited about the year ahead.
Great. For those of you who are looking for a copy of the report, I believe the press release and the report have just been announced, if not in the next 5-10 minutes. And a copy of the full report can be found on our website at njeda.com/Wind Institute. With that, happy, Brandon, to take some questions. I'm sure some of the stuff that we have been talking about has been thought-provoking and gotten some folks' juices flowing. So happy to engage in a more meaningful way with some of those questions.
Thanks so much, Jane and Brian. And as you said, we will now be taking questions from the audience. If you have any questions for our panelists, please go ahead and click the green Ask Question button that's on the right-hand side of your screen. Type your question in and then hit Submit. So our first question for you is, we were very excited to see the release of New Jersey's Energy Master Plan earlier in 2020. So congratulations to the state and BPU and all the other agencies that were involved in creating that document. Can you give us an update on the status of the New Jersey Offshore Wind Strategic Plan?
Sure, thanks. And for anyone who hasn't been involved in releasing a state's energy master plan, I can say it is definitely an undertaking. So thank you for acknowledging that. So the offshore wind strategic plan is moving along. We expect it to be released sometime soon in the coming months, and it's going to cover a lot of these key areas that we've been talking about, from kind of, port assessment of kind of port options to kind of the marine fisheries, to sort of what we see as kind of the opportunity moving forward across like a variety of issues. I think it'll be a very informative report, and one we're looking forward to sharing in the next few months.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. We're looking forward to that. Oh, go ahead.
Layer onto that, I would just say, our colleagues at the Board of Public Utilities have been doing a Herculean task around that report. And they certainly got a very welcome curveball thrown in the middle of that when we accelerated from 3,500 megawatts to 7,500 megawatts.
Absolutely.
So,
yeah.
When we talk about the scope of the challenge that we put ahead of ourselves, we more than doubled the commitment, which means that a lot of our plans needed to be reassessed within that context. So I think that's also just a little bit of context for folks who are asking.
Surely. Thanks, Brian. Good problem to have, though, huh? So we noted earlier in today's program before this panel that the company EEW recently completed the loadout of foundations and transition pieces that are bound for the Coastal Virginia offshore wind project later this year. Brian, during your portion of the presentation, you mentioned Paulsboro as potentially having some offshore wind activities there. What can you tell us about Paulsboro?
Yeah, so from the get-go, Paulsboro was earmarked as a potential location for offshore wind development. And I mean, there was a first round of investment maybe 10 years ago, which amusingly was probably undersized now that we're looking at the size of components that we're talking about today. Now, as we kind of fast forward, clearly commitments to Paulsboro were part of the Ocean Wind project that was included and selected as our first major solicitation. We continue to work closely with all the parties involved to help bring that forward and make large-scale manufacturing in New Jersey a reality there. Clearly, EEW has been in the news around potentially looking at that site, and we're really excited to help any supplier access that site and really grow the business at Paulsboro.
Thanks, Brian. We're really looking forward to that. So we mentioned 90,000 workers in New Jersey with wind adjacent skills. Can you help us understand how you're defining and evaluating those skills?
Yeah, sure. Happy to take that. And we had some help from some professional services firm to identify that. We took a look across the spectrum of jobs that are required for an offshore wind project, everything from kind of initial product development down through long-term O&M, including manufacturing, including installation, construction. And we started to look at what are the skill sets that are required for those jobs. And it's actually not too hard to map that out. Offshore wind is a booming industry in a number of different locations. So we can actually go and see what are the skills that the industry is asking for publicly. And when we do that, we then can scrape that information, vet that with our partners in the offshore wind industry, whether it's developers or OEMs or suppliers, dig into that a little bit. And then, there are some pretty well-defined kind of skill adjacency models that say, hey, if you can do secondary steel welding for a ladder on a grain silo, could you also do that for an offshore wind turbine? Maybe, right? Like, would take a bit of training, would take a bit of upskilling, but certainly we're not starting from scratch. That's just one example. When we look across the broad spectrum of different roles, we feel confident we have a pretty deep bench of individuals who have the skill sets that could pretty quickly be retrained or upskilled, or kind of maybe in some cases just parallel ported over to support the wind industry.
Great. And the next question is for Jane. We've received this several times, so I'm encouraged to ask it. Is there a plan that you can discuss at this point to codify the 7,500 megawatt offshore wind commitment that Governor Murphy executed the executive order about last year?
I think in terms of a plan, I think the solicitation schedule, the investments from the state in terms of, as Brian was talking about, port investment, supply chain investment, I think there is a very, very clear commitment at this moment to the 7,500 megawatts. In terms of codifying it kind of further, I wouldn't say it's out of the question, but I think for the time being, I think we have a very, very strong commitment to that at the moment.
Great, thank you.
Let me layer onto that one bit, Brandon, which is to say, one, there's a lot going on in the state right now, and I think a lot of folks can appreciate that. The scale of response and kind of what our priorities with our legislature. I think they certainly are first and foremost thinking about the safety of New Jersey and the safety of our region, and then how do we start to drive economic recovery. I think so much as offshore wind and clean energy will be priorities for good, high quality jobs for a lot of people in the recovery. Clearly, there's kind of policy alignment around that, and is a headwind. Tailwind. The other thing I will say is, one of the pictures we showed, for those of you who are kind of inside in New Jersey politics, early on was, this is, it was Governor Murphy sitting next to Senate President Steve Sweeney and a number of other political leaders, hand in hand, kind of talking about our clean energy goals. This is not kind of an administration thing. This is a kind of New Jersey priority. And I think for all those of us who work in offshore wind can say without hesitation that this, offshore wind is a priority across the board in New Jersey. So let nobody kind of question our commitment to driving offshore wind. Now, we don't want to get ahead of our Board of Public Utilities or kind of legislature, but I think from our positions, all of the right stakeholders are aligned to help drive us to grow the industry, to grow our supply chain, to grow the power we're purchasing. So, again, lots of priorities going on right now with COVID and the recovery, but clearly offshore wind is one of the things we're talking about. It's no surprise that this is one of the first announcements we're making that is not COVID related in quite a while.
Yeah, and frankly, like I said, New Jersey's my home state. I'm thrilled to see New Jersey taking a leading role, and they really are situated right in the middle of the East Coast wind belt, as you had noted. I have another question. The National Offshore Wind Research and Development Consortium, the question is, can you please discuss how New Jersey's new Wind Institute can leverage the work that's already been done with the R&D Consortium and also align its efforts with the R&D Consortium?
Yeah, I'm happy to take that one. Loud and clear is something we've thought a lot about. There's a lot of activity that's already going on, and very excited about the consortium that's being led out of New York in partnership with NREL in other states. We really see this Wind Institute as the mechanism that will allow us to engage in that consortium in a much deeper way. We'll figure out kind of the specifics of what that means, but certainly as a principle, we don't want to be duplicative and kind of competing. There are enough opportunities and challenges that the industry is facing that we can be additive and certainly be partnering, whether that's as a member or in addition to the stuff that's going on with the consortium.
Yeah, and Brandon, I just want to add to that, as a state, we really see ourselves as partners with other states who are working on offshore wind, particularly New York. Our regional collaboration with New York is really kind of key to, reaching our offshore wind goals and kind of the goals up and down the East Coast. So, sometimes there can be a tendency to kind of, think about these states as in competition with each other. And, there really is a very strong, very important regional collaboration as well.
Well, Jane, you read my mind because that was my next question. That's the other question that has come in specifically for you multiple times. Together with their goals sitting at 16.5 gigawatts, New York and New Jersey alone make up almost half of the US's current offshore wind target by 2035. And people have asked how the two neighboring states, because they share a comparatively small area of ocean, how are the two states working together?
I mean, look, we are in touch with our counterparts in New York all the time. We really, we kind of rise and fall together on this. There's so many pieces of this that, New York can't do without support from New Jersey and vice versa, just in terms of kind of technology, permitting, kind of the federal landscape. So, of course, there's always going to be some competition there. But I think at the end of the day, we really do work collaboratively, and, we see the kind of that we rise and fall together on this. And that's not just for New York and New Jersey. I mean, I think, all the states who are kind of working on offshore wind are looking at kind of similar challenges, similar issues. And we all have a lot of communication about kind of how to solve some of these problems, particularly on kind of the federal permitting side.
That's great. We're excited to see that collaboration. Turning back to the Wind Institute, there's a question for I have a friend who's interested in working for the Wind Institute. What's the hiring timeline and who should I contact?
Jane, do you want to take that one first, and I can kind of clean up if needed?
Sure. Why don't you send your resume directly to Brian? You can see him. I think, we're going to be standing up this institute, over the coming months. We're really excited to see, the talent that's out there who, is going to be able to help us really kind of, get this moving forward. I think, you can feel free to reach out to, me or Brian, if you have kind of specific questions. We haven't put out a job description yet, but I imagine that we will in the coming months here. As Brian said, and I think it's important just to kind of level set, we are very occupied right now with our state's response to COVID. We are really kind of the epicenter at the moment. And I think both Brian and I, while we're here and offshore wind is really important, right now our day job, a lot of it is COVID response, and that's, going to be true for, a little while. I say that just to make it clear that, we may be, we're balancing a lot of things right now, but certainly seeing this Wind Institute stood up in the next couple of months is a priority. So please, keep your eyes out. Feel free to reach out to us directly. Brian, if you want to clean anything up, now's your opportunity to do so.
Clearly we talk about the Wind Institute being a standalone authority with a nonprofit attached. Presumably to hire somebody, we need to kind of stand up that authority. It takes a little while. So the EDA has offered to help incubate the Wind Institute kind of within the EDA. So clearly, as there's a lot of work to do given the aspirations we've laid out here. We're going to need some people sooner rather than later. As Jane said, there's some balancing around how do we do that in a COVID stabilization and recovery mode, thoughtfully and purposefully. But I'd encourage you to, if you'd like, reach out to me. You can also go to njeda.com. We have a jobs portal there, and I would check there. That's where you'll kind of find the job posted. Of course, we'll put it up on LinkedIn. Our commitment to offshore wind remains rock solid, and we will continue to be hiring for offshore wind kind of once we kind of settle through COVID on our team, for our supply chain development team, and more broadly on some of our projects we're working on. So please do, if you're interested, get in touch with us. We'd be excited to talk with you.
So if I could just try to find the silver lining right there. Do you see the collaboration that we're seeing between states with respect to the COVID situation, perhaps driving greater collaboration in something like offshore wind? Are channels being opened as a result of this crisis that we may be able to lean on later?
Brandon, I wouldn't, it's an interesting question because it implies sort of a starting point of a closed channel. And that's really not how we view it. And I don't think our partner states view it that way either. I think, we're all thrilled that there is this, collaboration between the governors on COVID response. It's absolutely necessary. And, I think we all believe that it will, be moving us forward through the COVID, response and kind of stabilization period. We have good relationships already with our counterparts in other states. Getting through this crisis together may strengthen those bonds as it tends to do, I wouldn't say though that, there's any issue that needs to be sort of solved. As I said, we have, great relationships with, Governor Murphy has great relationships with, governors in, New York, Connecticut, kind of, all up and down the coast. So, I only expect those to get stronger.
Yeah,
great, Jane,
Brian,
thank you.
In addition, just because our collaboration isn't, out in the public doesn't mean it's not happening. I think some of the strongest collaboration happens kind of in smaller settings where we can really get down to work. So I know there are lots of folks who are itching to see more evidence of regional collaboration, and it's a bit dissatisfying when you're not seeing big announcements or kind of folks standing on stage, but don't take that to mean that it's not happening. Take that to mean that it's happening at a real level where we're getting stuff done. moving forward.
Great, that's exciting news, and we'll keep that in mind. There was a workforce development working group that was referenced, and there's a question about the interaction between the workforce development working group and the New Jersey Department of Environmental Protection's environmental and commercial fishing offshore working group. What is the interaction between those groups, and do you have a timeline for when the workforce development group up and running?
Yeah, so the working group around fisheries at DEP, so that group is really around ensuring information sharing, both from the state to the fishing industry and vice versa, to get feedback on kind of plans, and to hear any concerns that are coming up, to really have a very robust dialogue between the state and the fishing industry, which is really critical to New Jersey. And I think DEP has really prioritized work with the fisheries to ensure that as this moves forward, we are going hand in hand with our partners in the fishing industry. The workforce development working group is a little bit different. And I think the timeline for that, again, is, we're hoping to do that, in the next few months. That is going to be looking more at kind of solutions around some of the workforce development issues that came up during our kind of skills gap analysis and work with developers. And it will be kind of a piece of that pillar of workforce development when the Wind Institute is kind of fully created. So we really see that as a very important building block to the work that the Wind Institute will do.
Great. So the last question that I have is, will the New Jersey Wind Institute be looking at how artificial intelligence, big data, or robotics can impact the future of the offshore wind industry in the U.S.? And sort of a corollary to what you just said, Jane, is will this Wind Institute serve as some sort of regional data sharing platform for offshore wind specific data?
It's a great question. I think if you think about big data, AI, analytics, that very much fits into the space that we're thinking about when we talk about innovation in the offshore wind space, and places where we can leverage New Jersey and our regional strengths to really layer into some of the great work that's already going on in the offshore wind industry. So on the first part of that question, 100%. On the second part of that question, like, should we be a data clearinghouse? I think it's too early to tell. One of the principles we've talked about has been, let's only do things that industry thinks are relevant and will add value, and let's not kind of do things for academic purpose. Let's not do them because they make us feel good, but let's do things that really add value. So as we work with our partners in industry, if they say, hey, that would add a lot of value and that would help us create a more cost-effective industry, and it would help us drive growth and investment in New Jersey and in the region, then I think that's a really interesting challenge that we'd be happy to take on.
Jane, you want the final word?
Final word, offshore wind is going to be, just growing and growing in New Jersey. As, we kind of keep saying, there's this really important, obvious interplay between clean energy and economic development. I think right now, more than ever, ensuring that this moves forward for both, kind of climate, but also more localized pollution reasons and for economic development reasons is really key. And so we wish, everyone well right now, stay healthy. And we look forward to working with many of you on offshore wind in New Jersey moving forward. So thank you very much for having us.
Thank you so much, Jane and Brian. We'd like to once again thank Jane Cohen and Brian Sabina for joining us this afternoon to give us an update as to what's happening in offshore wind in the Garden State. And that concludes the Business Network for Offshore Wind's first ever virtual IPF. We hope you had as much fun as we did. Before we let you go, we do have a few closing comments. First, I have a couple of upcoming events that I'd like to make you aware of. On April 30th, the Global Wind Energy Council and the Global Wind Organization will be hosting a webinar entitled Webcast on Wind, Powering the Future. For more information on how to register, please visit their respective websites or the Business Network for Offshore Wind's website. Later this spring, Pitch and Brew will be going virtual. Pitch and Brews are 2 to 3 minute business services pitches that the network has held in the past at our live events. We will be bringing them to you in a virtual get-together format. This is a great marketing and business development tool, so please let us know if you'd like to be in one of the first rounds of our Pitch and Brews. Next, IPF Together will be held August 18th to 21st in Providence, Rhode Island, and we can't wait to see all of you there. But we don't need to wait until we're physically together to connect. You can do that right now through the Business Network's tool, WindMatch. This connection tool is open to members now, and it will be open to non-members on May 1st. Starting on May 15th, you can set up meetings using any virtual platform that you'd like, whether it's Zoom, Skype, the telephone, or however else you manage to communicate. We can virtually connect through this forum until August 18th, when we can elbow bump on site in Providence and share a drink together. Finally, as I referenced at the beginning of our program today, I'm very thrilled to announce that I am leading a network initiative that will significantly enhance the value of membership in the Business Network. We're working on a new tool, which we anticipate will be launched sometime this summer, which will create unparalleled access to information regarding all aspects of the U.S. offshore wind market. From state-level enabling legislation to regulatory structures at both the state and federal and grid operator levels to project-associated commercial information, this product will be a one-stop shop for everything that you need to know about the U.S. offshore wind market. The product is still under development, and we will be seeking member feedback and input. So if you have any thoughts, please go ahead and reach out to me at brandon@offshorewindus.org. From the bottom of my heart, thank you so much for joining us for IPF Virtual. It has truly been my pleasure to serve as your MC. And now, over to Liz to close us out.
Well, you made it. You did it. You stuck it through all the way to the conclusion of IPF Virtual. We know your time is valuable and really do appreciate you staying all the way to the end. Let's just recap what we learned over the last 2 days. First, the U.S. offshore wind industry is maturing. The market is expanding on the West Coast, and the East Coast market is moving from market development to market management. We've also learned that the services and technologies that will help the industry meet its scientific and regulatory requirements are more advanced and adept. Please connect with us or any of the speakers that you have heard over the last 2 days if any of these presentations have sparked ideas, concerns, thoughts, or questions. Let's take a moment now and recognize all the people that made IPF Virtual happen. First, our speakers for sharing their time, expertise, and great content. Let's also recognize the network's staff, not me, but all the other people who have brought to you IPF Virtual. They've been complete rock stars, turning on a dime, doing something that we had never even thought about doing 2 months ago and have never done before, ever. And finally, our sponsors. We really enjoyed our partnership with Womble Bond Dickinson and our other sponsors, especially our host sponsor, the state of Rhode Island. And speaking of Rhode Island, I really look forward to seeing all of you in August, where we can come together face to face, share a well-deserved cocktail at Cranes and Cocktails, or network late into the night at Scotch and Champagne, take a tour of the exhibit hall and meet all of our exhibitors, attend even more workshops with great presentations and valuable information, and host the first ever National Offshore Wind Job Fair. So until we can be together again, stay safe, stay well.